to get the finances. So we actually had a true startup session yesterday, and it was very exciting to meet some of these really, really famous up and coming people that are making things happen in the fashion industry, in the arts, in the film. And actually, we're getting some of the films on IBMTV. So we're actually starting our film base. And, this is what I was telling Ankit the other day. You got to be prepared for the storm, right?
Right.
So anytime the storm is coming, if in business too, right? So I always make sure I got these. You should have 2 or 3 in case they don't work, right? But when it goes dark, I have a light to get me to the end of the tunnel. I'm not waiting for the light at the end of the tunnel. See, that's the difference.
I totally understand. What's this radio show with Mark Lee?
So on Mondays, we have an official radio show on IBMTV, a radio show on TV. Mark Lee does Straight Talk out of Durham, North Carolina. We hope to maybe get a few more like these. It's just engaging the public and the viewers in Straight Talk about what's happening in current affairs and things like that. He's got politicians that come on his show at night sometimes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean that's good. I mean, it's good to see the development of these programs, and we also watch how they've been improving. Like Sasha's program is.
Hey, pull up Sasha's ad. He's got
and Sasha. Okay. By the way, Sasha has a new guest. I was so excited about it.
Every week he's got a new guest.
I know, but he's got a good guest coming on. I mean, by the way, you should have Jim on again to be a commentator. Yeah. He was really good. So he's going to be on again, but his special guest is Irina Kirsch, who is the former U.S. chess champion,
7 times
chess champion in the United States. She's extremely well known, and I was trying to push all her ads to the chess community, and it sends over Alexander May's Musical Cafe, just to let you guys know in the back there. Okay, in other words, I sent it over, and when it's received as Alexander May's Musical Cafe.
We're working out our technical, but you know what? Watch that too.
No, it's a good show. But the thing is, the chess community, as much as Alexander's has a really great show, the chess community would rather see Irina Kirsch.
It's not their thing, right?
It's not their thing. They want to see Irina Kirsch. So as soon as that comes out, by the way, it was a great ad, Matt. It's just the thing is, for some weird reason, when I sent it out as Alexander Mays.
Sometimes that happens. Do you have Sasha's poster that we can share with the
I don't know. If
hold on, it's going to in our banner, our brand.
We're going to give him a plug because it's something I wanted to see because his last games were pretty good. Are you going to do any historical games like you did last time with Jim?
It's in plans. We see, if you really take chess as an art, then you have to understand the development of modern chess, and I see historical games. And actually, my main source in this is definitely Gary Kasparov's books, my great predecessors.
Right.
In my opinion, in my modest opinion, I should say, because I have some immodest opinions, but this modest opinion, I would like to say that in chess, if all you do is just read Gary Kasparov's 5 books about his great predecessors, that all you really need to know about chess.
Yeah, I mean per your game tremendously.
Fire all your coaches, fire all your advisors, and whoever else you are using. And just study the books. And by the way, it was a great stimulus to me. You know why I play so strong, as you saw it a couple of days ago? Because I studied this book once again. So you saw the strength of it. I think there are many grandmen who could hold their own against me. Not too many. Shirov is one of them, but that's it.
Oh yeah, Shirov is a good player. I mean, the thing is, but you're right. If you read the historical master games, we used to do that. There was a book called 100 Best Games Ever, and we would study those, and they were just really good. I mean, and chess players really appreciate good games, but Kasparov having a world champion as basically your trainer to go through it and read it. It's perfect. But see, I like what you do, Sasha. Okay, see what you do, Sasha, is you spoon feed people. See, I did it the old-fashioned way. I picked up when I was a kid. I picked up the book. I read through the book. Read through the game. That's the old-fashioned way. The new way is you do a video and you spoon feed the information into the person. You know,
and you have to do almost. I think this show should be run.
You know, for a person like me, and I don't play a lot anymore. I also like to have also a weekly update on what's going on in the chess world, which isn't very much right now because of the coronavirus. But Magnus Carlsen keeps putting on events, and usually my brother, who's an expert player. Okay, that's how I became good. He became an expert. I became a master. And I keep telling him, well, I was the 3-time Florida State champion. Okay.
It's a nature, I guess.
But in any event, I do an update weekly on what's going on. Okay, wow, this is really good. This is Irina Kirsch, the 7-time ladies champion. She's actually going to be on the air with you.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, this coming Saturday.
Wow.
That's what it is. Just win against coronavirus.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you from a chess world that's must-see TV. Okay, the rest of the world, they don't care. The non-chess players, who's Irina Kirsch? But the chess world must-see TV. It's like a top cricket player. And I got to go see the top cricket player. You know, so the thing is...
But wait a moment, Nick. I remember a few years ago she was on, what was the station? Probably ABC or CNN. I don't remember.
Okay.
She was on the same program with Hillary... what's her name?
Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
Hillary Clinton, yeah. Okay. Oh, by the way, okay, I'll give you a little tidbit about me and Irina. Not that we date back a long time. The U.S. Championship was actually being held in Seattle, Washington, the American Foundation of Chess. She was a good friend with Ron Henley. So my wife and me and Ron and Irina played tennis during the championship game. She probably doesn't even remember it because it was a long time ago. But we were the people that she played tennis with. And then I was going back, and I forgot the name of the player. There was some really good ups. Oh, it was Arena. Okay. Here, this is also another true story. So we were driving back, and we were talking about the Sicilian defense. And I said, he said, Nick knows a lot about it. And I said, yeah, matter of fact, I'm training a guy, Richard Francisco, about the Sicilian defense. It's a true story. Okay. Ron goes, no, I was talking about Nick DeFermian, deflating my ego because Nick DeFermian's a grandmaster. I'm just a lowly master. Okay. And I said, well, I'm training Richard on it, and he's training Irina Kirsch. This is a true story. So for the National High School, Richard Francisco met and played Irina Kirsch in the National High School in a Sicilian defense. Richard Francisco beat Irina Kirsch.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to my preparation, baby. My preparation. Okay, now she doesn't even probably remember that conversation. See, I remembered that conversation because I was training Richard and Kazim Gulamali, two guys that became FIDE masters on chess. And what happened was they met each other in the finals of the National High School. Richard won the game, but then lost his next game. It was a brutal game and didn't win the National High School that year. Following year, I believe Kazim actually won the National High School. Both of them became FIDE masters, where I just became a lowly master. But I was training back then. They were just like experts or masters, and I was training them on that stuff. But I thought that was pretty interesting for what it was worth.
It is.
Okay,
Yeah,
and if you
that's a great memory.
Okay,
So,
yeah, right. If you really want to get to Irina, all you do is say, hey, Irina, do you remember the game against Richard Francisco at the National High School? Ah! But I'll give you another story. I was training Kazim Gulamali. Okay, you'll appreciate this. No one else will. To Kazim Gulamali to play chess, right? And he was playing a guy called Fabio, and he beat Fabio Coruna in the National High School.
Wow.
Ooh. Fabio Coruna became number 2 in the world and a contender, by the way, with Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship last year. Kazim became one of the top bug house players in the world, but just didn't make it in traditional chess. Became a FIDE master, maybe 2400, and that was it. And then a lot of them they fizzle out. Never became an IM or a GM, but Fabio became unbelievably successful. Part of it is because Fabio worked really hard at it, and Cosm really didn't.
There we go.
Maybe Fabio was more talented, but back in the National High School he wasn't, and Cosm actually beat Fabio Corona. So if you ever get Fabio on, I'll also say, hey, Fabio, do you remember your game against Cosm Gulamali at the National High School?
Well, listen, I'll tell you, it is a plan to have somebody like Fabio with us, because obviously he doesn't travel much these days, as all of us. So
got him on the air.
A little bit more available time. And I would like to invite Wesley Stowe as well.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Alexander, I hung with that community, so I kind of like know it. But yeah, what you want to do when you're talking to Arena, go, does the name Richard Francisco ring a bell to you? I'll stay out of it. All right, we're supposed to do startups. Sorry about the chess conversation. But the thing is, chess nerds all tune into. Well, all over the world will start tuning into your show. You keep doing stuff like that. That's for sure.
Thank you for kind words.
Yeah, right. Well, Willie Hill has joined us from Australia. Willie, how you doing?
Willie, yeah, I will say Willie shows up.
Yeah, Willie shows up.
Good day, Mike.
He had a great thing on Facebook with his big mask on the other day, and then he showed his criminal record that was stretched a mile long, so he was into it. But apparently he's getting tired of being a shut-in, which is the way it is. And we're here today on Startups Don't Show Up Wednesday. Show up anytime. They are just as a demographic group. Now, we did remember that lady on, but she came in as a podcaster, and she did a bootstrap. Now has a 12,000 square foot building, does interior decoration. Very successful. Okay, but check the attitude out. Okay, her attitude was so different. She goes, anytime I get a chance to market my product, I'm there. That was her attitude, and she was there. And I go, well, what do you do? He says, well, I have a podcast, obviously, so I can market my product, my bootstrap 12,000 square foot building that I do interior decoration. But she's there like that, okay? Because they understand marketing. But she's in a rare breed. She's in the top 10 or 1% of the startups
1%.
that actually were successful. The rest of them, here's what they do. What's this about? Is my friend Johnny's coming over today. I'm not sure if I can make it. Is there going to be any financing? How much am I going to make? I mean, they ask all these incredibly what I call stupid questions. And I go, guy, listen, here's, you don't want to really talk to me. You guys have no chance in this market. Why don't you go work for someone else? Find an employer somewhere and get a job, because you're really not going to be successful. And that's, unfortunately, that's really the truth of it. Now, how they can be successful, and some of them become professionals about bouncing from place to place, getting financing. I'm serious. In other words, they're really good at getting money out of groups and stuff like that. But very, very, very few of them will actually succeed. The other one that I think Ankit had on, the investor, he invested in services startups as opposed to products. In other words, they provide a service. But if you're in the service industry, then you also realize marketing is extremely important, because any service industry, man, you got to market your product. It's a whatever you're selling out there is competitive. There's not one thing out there you don't have a competitor in, and
that's what you want. I learned something a long time ago. If you don't have competition, then you can't really show market value. So if you're entering, what you have to show is uniqueness, better quality of service, something different that separates you, makes you stronger.
Yeah, they call it a USP, otherwise known as unique selling proposition. And the thing is, sometimes I say, well, what's your USP? And people go, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going, wow, you have not read any books on startups at all, or how to create a company. It's your unique selling proposition. And even when I talk to people that are in the industry, I say, well, what's your unique selling proposition? What makes you different than anybody else out there in the market? And they don't have an answer to that question, then go find a job. I mean, you are certainly you're in the wrong place. And just realize, okay, here's the math on this. 90% of them are in the wrong place. But here's what we're going to see. Unemployment that just spiked to like 25% in the United States. There are going to be people that are teeter-tottering. Hey, now, I was thinking about starting a company in a recession. That's right. Okay. But actually, it's not bad. Here's what they don't know. If you start it in a recession and you can survive through the recession, when the good times come, you'll take off like a rocket. I started my first startup in a recession, 10% plus unemployment. Okay, because that also teetered me to, hey, start your own company, because man, finding a job becomes a miserable experience. And I hated it. In other words, you have to you get rejections all the time. Especially right now, if you sent your resume out, rejected. You just got to get rejection all the time. And I go
to work. They can't hire you. They can't. Right?
I know they can't. I know now. I know it's nothing personal. Now they just don't. They can't hire you. It's just it's not personal. They just don't have the.
But it's very depressing to people who need a job right now. Right? People who are sitting at home going, "I'll never get a job."
No,
it's very, very depressing. Some people they fear are going to be committing suicide over this, and we need to do something to change that. We really do.
Because the thing is, we don't really have a clear path for young people. Okay, I mean, and that's very sad. At least in this country, I don't know about India.
So they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, you don't
give them a flashlight.
Yeah, flashlight. You don't have a life coach that comes with you. You got all these professors, and I'm one of them at Northeastern, but I'm not a life coach for these people. The thing is, as a matter of fact, if anything, professors can be a real pain in the neck.
But Nick is actually pretty good. He prepares you for life. And his students would complain over a little bit of homework that he would assign. And I'm like, my God, wait till you get to the real world and your homework like this.
Wait. That one class that I did, and that was the only time I got a bad I got a bad rap from my students because, quote, they went to the dean. They went to the dean 3 times saying, this professor gives us too much work. Like, are you serious? You don't tell my colleagues that, because I am not.
You'll never get hired.
Okay,
I know what to do is go
here's what does when they do stuff like that to me. I had like 25% of them. Okay, because I counted all of them that were negative scores because I worked them too hard, quote unquote. I'm going like, you lost it. Got to get over this one. But what happens is that when I do another job application and they go pull the reports, they're going, your students hated you. You're not a good professor. You see what I mean? In other words, they basically banned me from being a professor, which might be okay anyway, at least in that one institution. The other institution I work in, Northeastern University, wherever the heck that is, I've never had that report, so it is what it is out there. But here's the problem: being a professor, you're not a life coach for the kids, and there's no track to success, and there's no reality check that's done for them. Basically, for those who are listening, you graduated, you got your diploma, good luck to you. Okay, I mean. Okay, in other words,
go forth and execute with excellence. That's what I say. I don't say good luck. I say go forth and execute with excellence. That's my speech.
And the traditional model is, which always got me even when I hire people now, is that you send a resume and you're supposed to hire the person based on a resume. I mean, talk about 18th century technology to hire people. We still do that, because I know when we were hiring actuaries in Salt Lake, the first thing it is a resume, then an interview, and then you hire somebody, and labor is half your cost. And you're doing it off a resume and interview. That's it. And that's the only path to success. No one ever shows, hey, there's other paths out there. Disintermediate corporations, or while you're in school, create your own opportunities for your upcoming business. The person I got into business with, actually in law school, was creating corporations in law school so he could become self-employed later on. Seriously. In other words, what they were doing is they were testing the waters while they were in school as to business opportunities. Mark Cuban, you probably heard of this guy. Maybe you don't hear him overseas, but he's pretty well known over here. Okay, he founded, what was it? It was a real broadcast.com. and sold it to Yahoo, the deal of the century, for $4.5 billion. On paper, it may have been worth $30 million, but Yahoo had funny money at the time, gave him Yahoo stock. He immediately sold it and put it into U.S. Treasuries, $3 billion of it. No, it's got out of it as soon as he could. But what happened with him, and it's not just his, it's the history of all the people. They never study the history of these successful entrepreneurs, successful business people. They actually started businesses when they were in high school. And he was actually selling anything he could. Paper, he sold newspapers, he sold, electronic parts, he would sell anything. And so what happened is that they become entrepreneurs during their formative years in high school and college. Here's what we don't train people in the United States. I'm sure they do in India and Hong Kong and Canada, is to train them early to become entrepreneurs. And then they have a chance for it to be successful. In other words, you don't have to just study. You can actually do entrepreneur work. You can buy, sell things on eBay. You can buy, sell things on other platforms and start building up your entrepreneurial juices when you're in high school and college before you even graduate.
Well, and Amazon has programs where you can white label products if you have an idea. But yeah, Sasha, what do you got to say?
I have a question to Nick. Nick, tell me please, is slavery legal in the United States or not?
What's the question?
Is slavery legal in the United States?
No, slavery is legal.
Legal,
Okay.
yeah?
Yeah, of
You
course.
know what? Many years ago, I found slavery, in fact, is legal in Canada.
Okay.
I found it not from newspapers, or I found it by
Rakesh is having a problem with that, but he's sitting in China, so what do they know over in Hong Kong? But let me tell you what we do have. We don't have slavery here. We do have what they call indentured servitude. Okay. And the thing is, I was thinking about...
That's worse. It's worse because you can never pay it off.
Well, that's the whole point. I was thinking about creating a case, but I tend to stay away from litigation now, but I think it would be an interesting case before the Supreme Court. And here's the indentured servitude argument. Okay. Years ago, this country was founded on indentured servants. What happened is you would actually come to the United States or the colonies, and you would owe X amount of dollars, and you would go work as a slave basically until you paid your dollars off to get your transportation over here. Okay, seriously. And they were called indentured servants, and they had them here for decades. Then, of course, they had to eliminate it. We had what we call it the 13th Amendment. Hey, you can't do slavery and all this other stuff. Then in 2005, it was brought back. Indentured servitude. Yeah, think about this one, Rakesh. Yeah, tell your Chinese folks over there about this one. Okay. Yeah. They go, there's indentured servants in the United States. What do you mean? What do you mean? We hear United States all free and China all lockdown. Wait a minute, my guy. In 2005, they created a Bankruptcy Abuse and Consumer Protection Act. BACPA was the name of it. Go read it in 2005. No one reads these things, but go ahead and read it. What it did, it made student loans non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. Okay. What does that mean? If you rack up $250,000 in student loans, okay, you can never get out of it. You always owe it, plus interest, penalties, etc. So here's what's happened. 1.5 trillion. Think about this, Willie Hill, exceeds your entire economy. 1.5 trillion. All the money that you
have right now, 1.5 trillion.
1.5 trillion in student debt exist out in the United States that is non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. So here's what we did to our kids, like it or not. Kids go to school. Remember, they don't know what they're doing. They're 18 years old. They sign these student loans, go on to school for 4 years, have $250,000 in student debt, graduate now, 2020, and no jobs. Okay, but they still owe the loans plus interest as they keep accruing. They will work as an indentured servant, and some studies do it for the rest of their lives. They'll always owe money.
Doctors are indentured servants. Doctors have the work debt.
Now they find out all the money they make has to go pay student loans. So they can never afford a house, never can afford a car, never can afford anything, except the only thing they can do in life is go to work, come back, and pay their bloody student loans. All right. Now, that is, in my book, indentured servitude. And now,
you know what, Nick? I'll help you fight that lawsuit. I'll be your paralegal.
well, I know I
I'll
would,
work with you on that one.
you know,
I'll fight it.
the thing is, what you need is a party plaintiff, and also,
There's plenty out there. There's plenty.
Well, the thing is, in the past, it's been like completely ignored. But see, collectively as a class action suit saying, "Hey, wait a minute, this is indentured servitude," it'd be an interesting argument before the
Well,
US.
here's what's wrong.
Well, let me tell you another weird thing.
Process is wrong. The way they process the loans.
I can do a lot of. There's a lot of weird stuff in law that just don't seem right. Okay, now here's another one that don't seem right.
Why? Because lawyers make the law.
Well, we don't make the law. We interpret the law. We interpret the law. We don't make it. It's made by Congress. So go blame your congressman. Don't blame.
Most of the congressmen are lawyers, Nick.
Well, but blame the congressman.
That's called job security.
Here's another weird one. Okay,
Job security.
Immigration. Okay, you can come to the United States as an immigrant. All right, and let's imagine you're an immigrant, but you didn't do anything wrong. You're a criminal and you robbed banks. Okay, you beat up people physically. Okay, and now you're both going in front of a judge. The person who said I robbed a bank, but it was 5 years ago. Yeah, I beat a bunch of people up, but that was only 3 years ago. Case dismissed. Okay. The statute of limitations runs. It's an old English common law, exists in India, exists in Hong Kong, called the statute of limitations. You committed crimes. Yeah, you robbed banks. Yeah, you beat people up. So what? It's 5 years ago. You're dismissed. The immigrant who did nothing wrong, there's no statute of limitations. They deport him. Okay, you know.
I know, and here, the same with, like the tax law here. There is no limitations on them being able to come after you, even though they make you believe that there's a 10-year, that they can't go back further than 10 years. That's not true. I've been on a tax audit, and they come back and they throw this book in front of you, and they go, "Well, we have no limitations. There is no limitations. We can do whatever we want."
All they do is argue fraud, and they can.
And they're a private entity.
But the statute of limitation has been around for a long time. It's existed in English common law everywhere. And I did research that issue because I was thinking, why don't they argue the statute of limitations? The courts have said the statute of limitations don't apply to immigrants. Oh, okay. By the way, a reason you need to have good lawyers if you ever decide to get here, which is not me. I'm not going to do this work. I'm basically semi-retired out of this law stuff. But I find it very fascinating, the gaps that we have in our legal system. All of a sudden, it looks like it's this, but wait, it's way over here.
Well, that's the precedence of law.
Well, here's what we found out on and I didn't know this on what was it, Monday on our economics show from our professors at University of Illinois. We had the dean of the business school, and he's dean of business school at University of Illinois, Big Ten. And he goes, a lot of the students want to come over here on student visas because then they can work here basically for 3 years without having to get an HB1, which can be hard to get. But I actually had one of our employees get an HB1 from Canada, but you have to hire an immigration attorney to get an HB1, and we just paid for it. But the thing is, it's kind of another loophole. They call them loopholes, but they're not really loopholes. What happens is the law doesn't cover something the lawyer knows about, you don't. And one of them is that they have 5,000 students at the University of Illinois coming from China because they know they can come over here for 3 years, live and work before they have to get an HB1 or go back to China. So
Rakesh, I think, had something he wanted to add.
Yeah, Rakesh, just go on.
I was just wondering, how do universities sell degrees? Why would anybody want to get a degree if it results in indentured servitude?
Well, because
they don't sell it that way. They don't sell it that way.
Also, it depends.
They don't tell them that.
Okay, it depends on the value. In other words, there's what I call value propositions for Rakesh degrees. The place I went to school at charges $50,000 a year, $60,000 a year. And if you go 3 years right now at the University of Miami, you're going to rack up $180,000 in just tuition. But if you're rich, who cares? You just pay the bills, or have your parents pay the bills. It doesn't make a difference. But if you're poor, it does make a difference. $180,000, you ain't going too far too fast. All right. University of Denver also charges that. Northeastern, where I teach, charges that. Okay, but now we're going to look at the University of Illinois, since the dean was on the other day from the University of Illinois. The business school, all right, to get the MBA, $22,000. That's a lot less than 40. But here was the value proposition I saw. The Master's in Science and Management. Now it's online from the University of Illinois, $10,000. I fell out of my chair. Are you kidding me? A master's degree from a Big Ten university, $10,000. That's it. Okay, see, to me, that's I look at value. That's a huge value proposition, because then on your resume you put Master's in Science and Management, University of Illinois.
Well, you know what? And at the end of the day, sometimes people don't give a give a darn where you got that degree, as long as you have the MS or the PhD in front of your name or after your name. As long as you have those 3 letters or 2 letters.
Education. I didn't even want to get into it, because I've floated around that area for 10 years now, teaching at Northeastern University. Before that, I actually taught at Oglethorpe and University of Denver. But Oglethorpe's a very small school, beautiful campus, and these small schools can run into trouble. Because the thing is, they got to play. Do they have a big enough endowment? There's another university in Tampa, beautiful campus called the University of Tampa. They're trying to push up their endowment, because during this time of the year, the schools can run into financial trouble, even though they charge a lot of tuition, because they got to pay their professors, all their administrative staff, all the grounds. I mean, it's expensive to run. So when University of Illinois does a $10,000 program, okay, I'm going like, you've got to be kidding me. $10,000 for a Master's of Science and Management for University of Illinois. Where do I sign up? You see what I mean?
And
now, all done online. And the reason I think they can even offer it, it's all done online. Okay? Because if they had to have kids go physically to the campus and have these rooms and pay the professors, they're going under at $10,000 a student for a year. I mean, it just ain't, the numbers aren't going to add up. But online, they could actually do it, or they're doing it right now. And if I was a student, let's say I just graduated from Johns Hopkins, good school, but there's no jobs out there. And I go, I can get a master's degree at University of Illinois online. Well, where I'm going to spend my next year? Get your master's degree. And, get a master's in science and management for 10. If you want to spend extra money, go $22,000 for an MBA. That's what I would do, and forget trying to get in the job market this year. There are no jobs.
Well, okay. We're going to have to recreate and reinvent the jobs, but
there will be jobs next year.
But how important is exposure? When you talk about MBA, how important is your exposure? Because to study online, it's a different ball game, but you need that exposure which goes when you go out and do those trainings and do those meet up on face-to-face. And I think MBA exposure is more important. I mean, I know that online education is easy, it's good, it's cheap, but if you don't have the right exposure, I mean, it's difficult. And also, if you look at a bigger stat, people who have done their education from an average university, they are also doing good as compared to people who have done from the Ivy colleges or big universities. I mean, we have a lot of examples in India. Not everyone is from IIT, but they are doing good.
Yeah, but no, and you're right. The networking is important. When I first started my first startup, it was I worked with a person that I went to law school with. In other words, we partnered up and started our own company. It was a law firm, but going from law school right to a firm, creating your own firm is kind of interesting. But within, I think, 3 years, we're doing over $1 million a year in revenue. So I was going to
a lot back then, Nick. That was
there are a lot of programs. There are a lot of programs going on when what the universities or what the agents do. They look for those people who are doing entrepreneurship, but they have some funds or they got the funds, and then they train them that we'll train you as a global citizen, as a global businessman, and you give me this amount of money. And what they do is they teach them online and things like that. And one of my friends was doing it, and he was paying around $10,000 for a 6-month program. Right. And just because he was very scared that how he will go out from India and do the business. Yeah. And then he paid to someone that teach me how to do business online, how to business in the global scenario. And then he called me after 3 months, and we were discussing. And that I said, I mean, I'm surprised you paid someone $10,000 just to learn that you want to do business around the world. What I would do is I would go to that particular country. I will go to Australia, book a co-working space and work there for a month. And then gradually I'll go to a lot of countries and do the work. And that is my exposure. And that also creates a lot of clients because I'm in that country. I can talk to the client directly. Paying someone $10,000 and expecting them to do some wonders for you, that doesn't make sense. And I'm a believer of getting the things done.
That's true, Ankit. There's an old adage in our financial services industry. It goes like this: if it's going to be, it's up to me. Okay.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you're an entrepreneur, you better get that down. You better put that right up. It's going to be.
I remember. You won't believe. I was in Australia for 2 weeks, and my budget was $500, and I lived in Australia for $500, and I worked at a very popular startup in Australia for 14 days, and then I also did I booked a co-working space for 14 days, and I worked there just to understand how the Australian market works. And then I'm talking about Melbourne. I'm not talking about any other small city. I was in Melbourne.
Yes, but see, Ankit, you're a rare cat. Okay, you're a rare cat. Okay, you're like in the top 1% of the people that are successful in this stuff. Most of them, they're going to fail. It's just way too tough, and I've just seen that over and over again. And part of it is like I said, startups, they don't show up. Okay, and then that just gets really.
Also, I mean, and also learning that there should be learning when you fail yourself, and when you fail a certain startup, or when you fail in your life or things like that. You have to learn from that and try to be more stronger, and then try to fulfill those problems and whatever solutions you have. Because if you keep on repeating your mistakes, you can't do anything, and that is what startup all about. Startup means failing and coming back again and again. But if you don't show up, if you are not comfortable, with a failing tag, it's a difficult for you to survive. And there's a competitive world, and then you end up being an employee.
Yeah, right. And by the way, Ankit, when you were doing that as a startup, were you working 9 to 5 or 5 to 9?
So I was working 9 to 9.
There we go, 9 to 9. There we go. Okay. Now, this is
9 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Right. This is another thing that most people that do startups, they don't get. Okay. Yeah. If you're an employee, you get to work 9 to 5. If you own the business, you work 5 to 9. Okay, I mean, you're actually up in the morning marketing your product. You meet your employee. You actually greet your employees as they come through the door. Like, no kidding. Okay, and then at 5 o'clock they leave. You shake their hands on the way out the door. Guess who's staying the extra hours? You are. Okay, because there's stuff to do.
And around the world, you work hours. Right.
And I have around 10 to 12 business cards where I'm a sales guy, I'm a marketing guy, I'm into finance, I'm an account manager, I'm a CEO, I'm a director, and so depending on the requirement, I just share my cards. That's it.
And by the way, what you just said, that's the plug for the MBA. Okay, see, in the MBA program, they teach you accounting, finance, economics, marketing, management. Those are like your core courses. And if you're in any business, what do you have to know? Finance, accounting, management, marketing, and economics. So that's the reason my plug for the MBA program at the University of Illinois is because you got to learn all that stuff, and somebody's got to train you in all that stuff. And if you have to learn it yourself, it can be pretty expensive lesson, out there. So if you have good coaches or good professors, it becomes a very inexpensive way to spend a year of your time rather than saying, oh, the economy's down, I can't get a job, And then, see, here's where student loans actually do work. I'm not totally against them. For certain professional degrees, it may actually be worth it to get a student loan and get an MBA, get a law degree, maybe get a medical degree. At Campbell, they actually have good programs: pharmacy, engineering, law, business, and medicine. Okay, those may be worth it. But come on, I got a bachelor's degree in political science. Would that be worth $250,000? No. Or a bachelor's degree in sociology? No. Okay, or a bachelor's degree in almost anything? No.
But what it takes more than anything, even to get those degrees, it takes this and this. And perseverance, right? It just takes the perseverance to push through. And that's what those job titles tell an employer, right? That's your intellectual property, is that piece of paper, right? And that tells your employer you had the perseverance to get out there and educate. It doesn't tell them you really have the knowledge. It just tells them you have what it takes to get the job done, to get that piece of paper. So that's what that title is for. I always joke with Nick that unless you have a PhD, you have no credibility. Because I can get the job done any day of the week, and I will get the job done, probably at a PhD level. But when a PhD walks in the door, they're going to outshine me in a heartbeat. Not in work, but PhD. And this is what I tell people. That's my biggest regret, is not getting my PhD. So,
well, the thing is, it's also a very serious, like I said, it's a serious, like 5-year commitment.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Of doing it. I kept looking, I'm going to wait another 5 years. maybe because I have a Juris Doctorate, I might be able to do it in 3 years, but then that's 3 years of sitting and doing research. Because really what it is, it's a research degree more than anything. But, it depends what you like. A lot of the work that you do, you can actually do with a master's degree. You don't need a PhD unless you want to teach. Then if you want to teach, then it's almost like you don't have a PhD, you're not even getting looked at. And that's just the name of the game today. It's just the way it is.
Unless you teach something so unique that the industry never had a degree process for it, and they want to build the degree process. So then what they're going to do is hire the people.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What I've noticed in this whole process is that this PhD thing is so expensive because very often the time management on PhDs are really quite poor, and at the end of the day becomes so super specialized that you have very little use to anybody.
I agree.
Except if you're in a specialized area. Okay, see here's the problem with that. Okay, so if you ever go to the Chronicle of Higher Education, all right, go to it and look at the jobs that list. They're very niche and specialized. The bigger the corporations get, the more they pigeonhole you into this little narrow area. Okay, and so for that, they're looking for a specialist in that little tiny little narrow area, and that is the area that you're going to unfortunately work in. Even in law today, okay. I'm in a niche of a niche, and that's the only area I work in. Some people go, why don't you work in the other areas? It's really inefficient to do that. So the bigger the company, the more you end up in this little niche area. As a CEO of a small company, yeah, you're right. You learned a lot about one little area that isn't going to make a difference. In my personal professional education, I went to college for 10 years, okay, and collected 10 years worth of degrees. There was only one course that I took in 10 years that I actually use. Well, what about the rest of it? Well, I paid for it. It's all interesting. I know a lot of stuff, but fact is, if I had taken just this one course, and then
Which course was that, Nick? Which course?
It was a retirement planning course by Professor Sheldon Smith at the University of Denver. I just stumbled into it one time. I didn't think I was ever going to do it, but you had all these required courses in tax law, then you had elective retirement plans. So I just wandered into it. You just wander into it, and I did good, but I didn't think I'd ever work in that area, and then lo and behold, 20 years later, it's all I'm doing. But it was just one course. All the other courses I can line up, never, they were interesting stuff, and a lot of stuff, but in terms of practice, never use it,
Question on that. Do you think that startup needs to do a particular course before they do their own startup?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you what's going on there. And maybe when we have our professors back, we will talk to them about, because they're deans of business schools. Okay, here's what's going on in that. They're hiring PhDs in entrepreneurship, okay, to teach entrepreneurship because they want to teach it, okay, which makes sense. And having course in there would make sense. Okay, the people like myself will never get those jobs. The entrepreneurs will never get it for a couple reasons. Number one, if you've been around for a long time, the PhDs in entrepreneurship didn't start till around 2005. There were no PhDs in entrepreneurship. So if you're an old guy like me, never got it. Okay. Problem number two, if you're really an entrepreneur, you probably don't have a
PhD.
Okay, it's counterintuitive. I mean, it's like the thing is, like Bill Gates, where's your PhD in entrepreneurship? I dropped out of Harvard. Okay, we'll go see Mark Zuckerberg. How you doing in your PhD in entrepreneurship? I dropped out of Harvard too. Go see all these guys that are entrepreneurs. They drop out of college. I mean, and so the thing is, they didn't. But they had good coaches. Don't get me wrong. Their parents were like, I went through all that. They're all very successful. So I had good coaches. Bill Gates' dad was a lawyer, and I don't know what Zuckerberg, but I know Sergey and Brin. They were both professors. So they had good coaches during their lifetime, but they didn't have the PhD. And so there are entrepreneur programs that are starting out there. And what they do, and here's what PhDs are going to be good at: studying the area, going over cases, and letting people know, here's the twists and turns that you could get as an entrepreneur. And I think they're going to be relatively successful out there, because it's better than no education at all.
I think the degree should be called FA, Finding Allegories.
Oh, I thought it was going to be something else. FA.
Finding allegories out of business cases.
Well, it's very interesting. The lady that we had on the other day, because I asked, okay, you're doing the podcast and you did your own startup and you're very successful. You won't have a 12,000 square foot building and not be successful. I can tell you that right now. As a bootstrap, how'd you do it? She went to every possible place to get an education in what she was doing. In other words, she goes, I listen to every YouTube thing out there. I listen to every place that's out there on podcasting. I went to in other words, she was just hungry for all the information she could possibly get. And you do see people that that can be very successful by doing it, because there's a lot of information. The hard part is finding it and finding the right information that's out there. And that's also the problem in education, that really a lot of the education that's out there. The problem is, if you don't know where to find it and find the right information, that you're, as a student, you're basically lost. You're going like, what am I supposed to do? Something also came up by one of the people out there in our viewing audience. They wanted to know if we would do motivational interviews, and interview people that do motivational speaking. Okay. And I think that may not be a bad idea, because here's what you also find out. And Ankit goes, you fail, you get back up. You fail, you get back up. We used to go to a lot of the motivational speakers. Okay. Even though you're successful, you go to them. Why? Because guess what? You're going to fail and you need to get back up. And the motivational speakers were really good. We just got hammered by something, and they were really good to get you back up again. Okay, it's just the way it is. So I thought that might not be a bad idea, since the startups don't show up. Maybe the motivational speakers will, because the thing is, they go over the failures and how you get back up and you start again. Because startups will, throughout their life, will have failures and need to get back up again. It's just the nature of the beast, and so it may not be a bad thing to have, but. Anyway, I think I've sent them to Ankit, to see whether or not you guys want to put them on the air. But I think that would be.
We are in touch with a couple of speakers, lining up the schedule with them.
Right.
So maybe whenever they'll do it.
Well, yeah.
If you remember, we had Meena Vashi. She was there on our show earlier.
Yes.
She was.
And speakers that do motivation can actually be very good on IBMTV. But here's the problem. I've already done this before, because remember Jim Smith, Kim, from the real estate speaker. Okay, yeah. He spoke to 500,000 people a year. Professional speaker, really good in front of an audience. Here's the problem: the minute you get on television, it's a whole different game. Okay, you don't get the live energy feedback. You're going like that. Nothing happens. In other words, they have to make a transition over to television. It's a different medium and different delivery system. So you're going to find out when we start bringing the motivational speakers on, they're used to talking in front of live audiences, engaging live audiences, going around out of the room and having their shtick down. Now they get on television, they go, whole different cat. Okay, because it's flat. There is no like huge feedback from an audience, and there's a transition time. My personal belief is they could be really good at it, but it's going to take them some transition time. That unless they've done a lot of online video, it'll be a while.
Well, we've experienced this with people who are podcasters, and even people who are doing YouTube podcasting. They still have that little hesitation when it comes to TV, because the mindset is that TV is broadcasted all over the world. And in our case, it's video on demand. So once it's broadcasted, so people have a little bit of fear factor. It is different stage versus, and I would tell you what, people who do TV, I've seen them go on stage and freeze just a little bit, right? Oh God, there are real people out there. Where's my camera to look into? Their security blanket is a camera, right, Nick? It's just,
camera is your best friend.
your camera becomes your people. And then people who are used to speaking on stage, they're looking for that feedback from the crowd. So it is two different beasts. It is very difficult to bounce between the two. And the people who do, I commend them because it is very, very hard. I see people who speak all the time on stage, and I'll be backstage with them, and they're nervous. Like, they get on stage all the time. They all have their little routine that they do before they go live on stage, and where they make it look effortless. As Kevin said, we make it look effortless, but we practice a lot to make it look effortless.
Yeah. Well, I forgot which actor we had on, Wes Helder. We had one of the professional actors on. I said, and we asked him, what are you doing during the downtime? He goes, I'm practicing my skill being an actor, whatever it might be. So the thing is, what they're doing is they keep honing their skills. And here's the thing with the Pod TV, you can get better. Look at Sasha Starr. I mean, the thing is, his show has evolved.
Sasha's lovely.
It's getting better and better all the time. I'm actually impressed. I'll go watch it, And I was going to say, what happens, and this is what's going to happen with all the podcasters out there, what they don't know. And there was one training program I went to called the I forgot the name of it, but anyway, it was like S training change. And the thing is, what they said is you don't know what you don't know. Okay. And the thing is, what they don't know is that when they switch over from podcast to Pod TV, and with some coaching, they'll actually get better because they can actually do their podcast, because the verbal stuff like we're doing right now can all run through the podcast channels. People listen to it. It's like NPR. I was listening to you guys, your shows a lot when I'm driving. Unfortunately, I still drive too much because I'm moving, up to Raleigh. And I can listen to it just like it's NPR. So I listen to all the shows. Oh, okay, they're talking about all this stuff. Boy, I didn't know this, da-da-da. And it's frankly very interesting. Yet at the same time, the people that want to watch it can look at the visuals that we do occasionally. So I think it actually serves two masters. You can actually run it through the pods, and you can also run it through the Pod TV. And some people like visuals, and some people learn through the verbal. In some cases, when you're driving your car, you can't watch it, so you just listen to it. So I think Pod TV is certainly the way to go. And some of the people will take, and here's the thing, and you guys all know it, some people will take advantage of the opportunity. Someone will go, well, Johnny's coming to breakfast tomorrow, or wait a minute, I got this going on today. And how many people do you actually reach? What is your reach again? Why don't you read the bloody website? 4.3 billion is your reach. Well, the 4.3 billion tune in. Oh yeah, they just tune to see you. Of course they don't tune in to see you. They don't know who you are. And reach is different than engagements. Okay. Well, who's going to do this for me? Remember the adage, if it's going to be, it's up to me. You got to do it. Okay. And then that's where a lot of them fail, because they don't realize a lot of the marketing, promotion, distribution is on your shoulders. Look at Kardashians. Who markets for them? Absolutely. They do. They're not stupid. Okay, I mean, the thing is that there's a lot of people in financial services that did really well. Susie Orman, okay, known well here in the United States, not internationally, because she goes, I'm a shameless self-promoter. And we did really well. But I think with coaching, they could do well. And this is the funny thing about the opportunity. The opportunity is out there. All I have to do is take it. But if they don't take it, the opportunity is just going to go by. And then 10 years later, they're going to be nowhere. Where Sasha is going to be a star. There's already a star. Sasha's already.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Sasha, I want to ask you real quick, and we're going to get Willie to get his show going because he started another business. But Sasha, how difficult was it once you got the wheels going? How difficult is it?
He was so comfortable, I watched the show with Jim Eady, and he was so comfortable. Such a pleasure watching it.
Yeah. I get drawn into every show of every person who started it. But seriously, Sasha, I mean, the most difficult thing we have to do is show up on time. That's our most difficult thing. Learn the tool, but have our content ready. And if you're experienced at what you do, you pick up the phone, you call people to interview. And Kid and I find, because we have to, we fill a 4-hour slot. We're very thankful for the panel that shows up every day, because a lot of guests, they'll drop out on you at the last minute. We don't know why, whether it's fear or just too busy. But Sasha, really, isn't it fun?
Remember, I think I told you a story. In one convention, I spoke to a female singer, and she sang one song, 3-4 minutes maybe. She was paid hundreds of dollars, maybe thousand. I don't know really how much. And I asked her, "You have a wonderful life. All you do is you sing a song for 3-4 minutes. You get paid hundreds of dollars, and you leave." She says, "Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? You know what it is. I have to get up. I have to put makeup. I have to go to shower. I have to put a dress. I have to eat. I have to, somebody has to drive me. And I have to get on stage and everybody can look at me. And so, you know how much work. I think I'm underpaid. I should be paid thousands of dollars for this bloody song, whatever."
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole.
And you know, she's also right.
She's
The thing
right.
is, it is a lot harder, and that's one reason like hey, I want to do a show. Well, part of the reason I'm looking at the podcasters to convert them to Pod TV, the ones that are already doing shows and have done it for a while, understand it's a lot of work. The ones that are going, hey, I'm out of a job now, and there's no jobs out there. I think I'm going to start a podcast. They're going to probably fail because they don't realize what you just said. You got to show up every week. You got to have your A game on every week. You have to have new guests like you're doing, Sasha. I'm going like, wow, he's pulling some good guests in, because that pulls viewers like me in, because I'm going, I want to see the guest and stuff, and you got to make up a show. The other one who's doing a really good job is Alexander May. I mean,
another Alexandra. Alexandra.
Change her name to Alexander, and then you'll be successful in the.
Well, they're both the same, but no, it's. You're right. I mean, she's doing a great job.
She's doing a great job. I mean, I like tuning into her show, because every Sunday she has new guests. She has new things that she's putting on. It's like a variety show, in fact. So as I'm watching the development, I'm going, you know what?
Then Dr. Yu just in less than 24 hours pulled together a yoga. It is much needed. And the challenge is we're going to lose the COVID-19 two ways. We're going to lose that 19 pounds we put on during COVID-19, and we're going to build our immunity up so that we can not worry about it. So,
COVID-19 next year will be. Here's the bad news for IBMTV. COVID-19 next year is going to be gone. We're not going to have anything to talk about when it comes to COVID-19.
Oh, we'll find something to talk about. Donald Trump in office or something.
Well, yeah, but we're not going to have COVID-19 to talk about. And COVID-19 brings up ratings, and that's the reason they keep putting on. Look at all these people who are dying. Wow, remember, it bleeds at least.
You know what, though? COVID-19 is not bringing up the ratings anymore. You know what the new word is, bringing up ratings? Because I see it everywhere. What? People are only going to tune in now when there's a word about vaccine. So everyone is saying, we got a vaccine. It's ready to go. It's ready to go.
No. Well,
listen, it's not near ready to go, but they drew you in.
Right.
So,
but we
something about vaccine. You really need to bring top experts. Why don't you invite Donald Trump and he will lecture you about?
Yeah, that's what we need.
The only vaccine he has is the ones he invested in.
Just a minute.
His only vaccines are the ones he invested in.
Here we go. Yeah. I have the solution. Here's the solution. What we just. Okay, yeah.
Put a little whipped cream in there, Nick. That'll be really
whipped cream. It's tasty. It's tasty, baby. Okay, the thing is, I have the.
Every time you do that, I'm so scared you're going to hit that button. I'm like,
I'm not going to hit that button. I hate it.
I would like to answer your previous questions about what was the most difficult things I've ever done to be in preparation or so on. I'll tell you what was the most difficult decisions I had to make. Quite a while ago, say 30, probably 35 years ago. The situation was that I didn't ask you by accident about the status of slavery in the United States, because I had to research that status in Canada. And it was very satisfying research. And because the situation happened this, one, I don't know, entrepreneur, producer, I don't know how to call him, he hired me as a musical director for his show. And I had to hire an orchestra, And so he paid me half of the money, I think, and then the other half he would pay me right after the performance. So what's happened is the performance is done. It was full house. He's very successful. He sold probably 3,500 tickets. Everything is great. And then he comes over to me and say, "I need to talk to you." I said, "Okay, sure." And he says, "You know what's happened? 2 days before the show, I went with all the money and my wife to be to Las Vegas. And I had such a bad luck. You can't believe. I lost every game whatever I played, and I lost all the money, and I will still owe $10,000. I don't know where I'm gonna get that. So I really cannot pay you, and I don't even understand when or how I will ever repay you. So I'm offering you this. For 1 week, I will be your total slave. You can tell me what to do, when to do, how much to do, just anything, whatever comes to your mind. I'm going to do that." Uh, I started to think, okay, first of all, it's not a week, it's a month, number one. Number two, you have to show up every morning at 9 o'clock, and you will leave 9 o'clock in the evening. So you will have to work at least 12 hours a day. But that was the easiest thing to do. The most difficult thing is to figure out what the man can do for 12 hours. Like what? Okay, so he was vacuuming my floors like every hour and a half. He would take me driving for shopping, and he was carrying all the things. And he was very good. He was doing everything what I was. I had a problem, not him. I had a problem to be creative, to find tasks for
Yeah,
him.
to find jobs for him. Yeah, to do. Yeah.
It was job for me, not for him. It was
Mhm.
job for me because I had to
Right.
work so hard, and sometimes I didn't sleep almost half night just to
Trying to
divide
do the
the
job.
rest of the day.
You became a slave to the slave.
You have to be very creative, and in fact, this is how you develop your entrepreneurship by creating the task for your slave to accomplish during the day.
So
That's a hell of a job.
you should have sent it to me. We could have traded, because I can definitely find work for people to do in my life. Like,
Oh yes.
serious. I can. You can ask anybody. If you are indebted to me for something, I will find work for you. You may not like it, but I will find work
Yeah,
for you.
see, Sasha's going to do a whole TV show on the horrible life of being a slave master. It's just, oh, boy. I'll bring my violin.
Want to become a slave?
Slaves. What are you saying about slave masters? Because so what is a slave? Okay, do this and do that, and that's the end of story. A slave master, you have to come up with the new
Just tell them it's way too much work.
creative entrepreneurial job.
Yeah.
Really?
So before we get going, one of the things and I know I think we have a guest, but I want to share a video real quick about what it takes to become very, very successful in business. And there were 3 men that showed up to our mansion when we were hosting, and they were venture capitalists. And this is one of my favorite video clips. I'm so glad that I
You
see
still have
what
it.
we were doing and had our video cameras move and
Right.
do this, because which it upset somebody for a little bit, but I want you guys to see what it takes, because these guys tell it like it is. And
Yeah, if you can show it.
yeah, so let's.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, these guys are great. Okay.
It doesn't go well, you don't get a deal, you don't get a term sheet, that doesn't mean that it's over. Just having that conversation and having that relationship is positive, and maybe the next time or later down the road you come back with momentum.
Someone like that might come to us even a couple of years later, and we know her and we're impressed with her, and we want to give her and empower her the opportunity to do her next startup.
I think a lot about pitching and entrepreneurship is like, imagine for a moment I had this small robot when I was young, and I turned it on and it went and hit the wall. but it was smart enough to not keep hitting the wall and turn around and hit another wall. And then it was smart enough, kind of like artificial intelligence, to not hit that wall and it turned around and it found a way out. And I'm telling you, that's what entrepreneurship is about. Being persistent, you hit a wall, till you go over that wall, under the wall, around the wall, but you keep going because you learn by each time, just like this. Aren't we learning by doing this too? Yeah.
At least when John speaks.
And there you have it, folks. I mean, that's what it takes.
And by the way, those three people, this is the one that 18 of 20 startups blew off. Okay, one of them is Josh Frischman, right, who is the CEO and founder of Net Capital. He raises like hundreds of millions of dollars for startups, like no kidding, almost every month. I mean, the guy runs a big operation. Next is Manny Fernandez, who's on CNBC, who wants to be a millionaire, and he raises monies for tons of startups. And the third guy is the founder of Napster, off to the right, John Fanning, who also was the original investor in Uber, who personally, his family made 142 million, at least according to the S1, on that one investment on Uber stock. Okay, those are the three people that you have a chance as a startup to meet. Oh, but Johnny's coming by my booth today. Hey, I can't make it because I got a lunch game with someone else. I mean, they just blew these guys off. And I'm sitting there going like, are you serious? This is when I learned startups don't show up. Okay, they just blew these guys off. And I said, look, how do you guys have any chance? Well, I'm manning my booth today. I don't think I can make it. And then we had a fourth guy, Brock Felt, who's eventually we're going to get him on our show. He runs, what is it called? Salt Lake, Silicon Salt Lake or something.
Salt Lake startups or Salt Lake.
Yeah, and this week he's got about 300 million that they're investing in startups. And I go, well, I don't even want to invite these people on to Startup Wednesday because they'll all show up, by the way.
So I
These guys are successful people, but the thing is, the startups won't.
No, but I want to share with you guys real quick about Brock, and I am going to try to get him on. He just raised $100 million to do another Shark Tank.
Yeah,
We found another $100 million investment firm, and so they're running another Shark Tank again. And he's starting to get, you know what he does, right? So that COVID's over, and now he's like, okay, folks, let's get these startups. So,
yeah, and Kit, next time they want to know how many viewers, just tell them one. Okay, one guy that has 100 million to invest. That's it. And then they go, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to waste my time with one person who has 100 million.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about Brock is he's got the system down, and he'll have startups lined up to come in to meet him, of course, because he's got $100 million to invest.
Yeah.
But when he hosts his Shark Tank, he'll have about 15 to 20 startups in there for the Shark Tank. And it's in a gym usually. He's got a partnership with one of the gyms that he works with. But, people just show up. You never know. I mean, that's how I met Nick. I showed up. Yeah. And there you have it. We became great business partners. And eventually one of these business deals will make us millionaires again. Well, Nick's already a millionaire, but I've had several startups. 134 million. I raised 134 million. This is what I tell people: that money wasn't for me. That money was for the business. So I did not become the 134 millionaire, but it felt good to raise it, right? It felt good to throw that pitch, and in less than 7 minutes, I had $134 million. That's what felt good.
Yeah, when we bring when these startups finally decide to show up, because like I said, if I was Ankit, I'd tell them there's only going to be one person showing up, but he's got 100 million to invest.
He's only got 100 million.
And so you only have one viewer, by the way. Just one, but it's the right one. Okay. In my industry, it's not so much the volume of people, it's did you get the right one? Okay. I don't care about 100. If 100 people show up, I could care less. I've got 2,100 producers. Okay. I only want 20 of them, the best 20. Okay, forget the rest of them because the attitude is like that, And I'm going like, wait a minute, it's just not worth it. And the same thing that when it comes to investing in business partners, you don't need everybody. You need the right person, and that person can make all the difference, as opposed to having thousands and thousands of people that won't really make any difference for you in your life. But I have seen those comments. I find them very interesting. But in terms of the investors, as I told Ankit, I said, look, until the startups learn to show up, there's no reason to bring in $1 billion into the room like we had, and the startups blow you off. And that's one reason, yes, Kim, if you charge them, charge them. And the charging is not because we're going to make any money, no matter what we charge them. It's to make sure they show up.
Well, and the thing is that, and then you have to make sure you do follow-ups. So that's very important too. And, a lot of times I'll sit there and go, that person didn't seem very interested, but they told me to, right? Yep. So maybe I might follow up once or twice and they never return my call once or twice. And I go, they were just being nice. Don't do that until you hear a firm no. Keep following up.
Well, that's what John Fanning was saying. Oh, also in the room we had also the head of IBM IoT.
The general manager, not the head, the general manager.
Well, the general manager of IBM Internet.
That division, right?
And we also had another guy from Switzerland from IBM. And I'm sitting there going like, are you kidding me? And these people just can't.
They just did this to all of
these
and all this money. They just were, and I'm like, you have nothing. So the two people who showed up, I think they got a lot of support from.
Well, remember, I think there was 3 of them, and then Manny read one of them the right out.
One by accident. He got on his.
Got on his high horse. And they walked out literally, and they were from China. They were going like.
He scared him a little bit because he did a Manny pitch, right? He got up there and he got a little bit. He scared him because he got Manny. He loved him. He was like, don't give up, and you got to do this, and you got to do that, and you got to get out there. And these people from China, they're like
scared to death. This guy was like
putting in the Manny pitch.
I'm serious. The Chinese, there was really 3 of them. The Chinese group, literally, they walked out. Manny scared the bejeebers out of them.
And I'm like, you know what? If that scared anybody, then they weren't going to make it. But I
don't think they had a chance.
But Manny gave him the Manny pitch because he saw kids is what he saw. He saw very young people, and he's young. And he said, you know what, I'm going to he got so excited. And I'm like, I kept telling him, don't calm down. That's Manny is just this great, wonderful guy. He's trying to inspire you. Manny felt really bad about that.
Okay. To me, it's like a learning experience. Okay, if they walked out of that, they have no clue how hard their road is going to be.
I wish I had that on videotape. I kept asking the director.
We have it on videotape.
Videotape it because it was scaring the people so much. He wouldn't even videotape it, and I'm like, oh my God, I would have just loved to have Manny up there on his soapbox. Because. Truly, I thought it was inspirational, but for a young startup from another country, it scared the bejeeves out of them.
Scared the bejeevers out of them.
In there too.
That was quite an experience.
But Willie's got a startup. Let's talk to Willie a little bit more. Willie, you got it going and running. What's going on? How's it running?
I'll give Willie the stage.
Yeah.
Good day, mate. Good day.
Look at that attitude. That's how it's going.
Yes, I'm working with these people. I'm partnering with a streaming platform from New Zealand, and they've got LA producers and people that worked for. It's a big TV network in Hollywood. And they've partnered with them to put content on the show. And the lady Paramount in Hollywood. And Paramount's got like 2 terabytes or 20 terabyte worth of movies. So that part's exciting. The other exciting bit is it's an e-commerce streaming platform. So it's your own. If you want to do music, just go. Hang your tag on there, and this is my show. And if anything that you want to do. And the thing that I've learned from doing other courses and other marketing things is break the marketing down into 5 video clips. Do 5 video clips, and each one targets a different audience. This is the first approach. This is my second approach to this same person. And this is the third one. This is what I do. On the fourth one, this is what I'm doing on the fifth one, and then it loops back around. So by the time the person reaches the fifth video, they've gone through the circle.
Right.
How to market. So anybody that's able to market themselves and do the whole loop would be able to hold themselves up in front of a camera and do it well, because that's the whole trick. Anything that you want to hang on, that person has got to be comfortable in front of a camera.
Right.
And that's the whole thing behind it. So yeah, that's what I've got with the streaming platform. They're doing Africa, they're doing Asia. I'm sort of looking, okay, I'd like to get into Asia market. It's more because Asians are noted for their entrepreneurism, like, you see two Chinese guys sitting together, they're talking business. You see two Indian guys sitting together, they're talking business.
Yeah.
Everybody else sitting together, we just guess bagging.
Two Americans together, they're talking about the party they were at yesterday.
They're probably talking about Trump.
Yeah, I don't know what they think overseas.
I tell you, the most talked about president. Another person who's got an interesting business is Rakesh, right? And it's in education. And Rakesh, I mean, you made yours so that you can just suitcase it anywhere, right?
Yes, I can run it from anywhere, and people can learn from anywhere. It is something where if you missed a class in a particular subject in science or mathematics, you can download a module, and you'll have a classic Cambridge, syllabus available for you. Right now, I'm just putting the medium in, the content in, but. In the future, I have a setup where you'll have a pre-module test and a post-module test, so you know what happened once you started the module, and how much knowledge you've got at the end of the module, and that's where I'm at the moment with maths and science. Yeah,
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Have you thought about maybe hosting it on one of our channels? Hosting a master class of sorts of your math and science?
I'm putting together. I've done about 10% of the content as yet. I'm thinking of ways, because it's like writing 4 textbooks, for one person. Though I'm a scientist, it's really hard to go across. So I'm trying to get somebody to help me write those textbooks, and then I should be a slightly better placed to do it. I'm hoping to be able to by mid-June, I should be sort of halfway there. And then I think I can launch it and start selling the modules, and then keep adding embellishments, more bells and whistles as I go on. So
yeah, that's the key right there. If are you looking for resources right now to help you write the book, or do you have the resources?
No, I'm looking for people. And if they write a module, I will code it so that they get paid if the module gets downloaded. The payment goes straight to them. So of course there'll be some part for me because I'm running the business. But straight away, we can organize all that. I've got it set up that way already. The platform's ready.
So. Everybody's going to education at home, so math and science is very, very important.
Very important.
I will tell you this. I know Rakesh knows science, because the minute we get onto a science subject, he does his homework. He knows research. He can definitely reference, have you seen this? Have you read this book? And again, it's like I told him, that's the kind of way I'd like to do science. I'm not the one to apply it, but I love to read from what you have done. So I am excited about what you're doing. Might even do a course or two myself. We've got another course that has started in photography. One of our directors has decided to do photography lessons. He filmed it yesterday. We thought about airing it live, but he decided he wanted to film it and post-air it, right? Which is fine with me, because when you're teaching something, sometimes you want it to be a little more ironed out. So that people will watch it. So doing the post edits is probably the smart thing, so that it's evergreen, and you can play it over and over. So that's good. He also has a TV show on Wednesdays after this show. It comes on called Weed Wednesday. It's about cannabis and all the great, wonderful things you can do with cannabis. But he's also about freeing prisoners that have been put in prison for life that were nonviolent crimes, but just dealing with marijuana and things like that. And he's so far, I think we've got two prisoners out. I think one day I'll try to have him come on the show, maybe today, and talk about how many there actually are in the world of. Oh, there's Nick. Nick, I thought you were having to go. Oops. But Nick, okay. So this is the fun part about learning how to direct the thing is you each have access to the tools but you know what? Once you learn how to use the tools and you have a good director working with you, it works really good. So whenever you're ready, Rakesh, Sasha started his show. It's actually Sasha's show is very educational and entertaining. That's
it is. I have a little knowledge of chess. I loved your show.
I do too. I like it when he does the historical games. I'm like, oh my God, that was a game that was played 100 years ago. And I'm not much of a chess person. I don't want to lose my only fan out there. But I like Sasha's show because it's not just about chess. It's about the history. It's about the science of it. It's about the other person. Nick likes it because it's about chess. So.
Well, we haven't seen much yet. I'm prepared now.
Unmute your mic.
My mic is mute?
No, Nick's is.
Oh, Nick's. Oh,
okay.
I'm better off muted, by the way. Better off muted. But anyway.
Really, the real stuff will happen once I'm preparing now the chess site and the show and everything into one package. Basically, what do you have in mind? You have a complete revolution of chess as a game, activity, everything what's happening in chess, especially now with what's happening in the world of chess. Everything is going online or so on. So my goal is to prepare all that. I would like to raise $185 million. And then what I will do, I will definitely start doing the world championship for the predictors of the moves. There is no cheating. There is no really a game. It's understanding of the game. That's what I'm trying to promote. The game itself is not so much important because once you bring this stupid stockfish, or you will bring this artificial intelligence Alpha Zero, they will squash all the Carlsons and Kramnik, everybody else. So who speaks that? You want to watch the game where there's a runner and there is a BMW, and you see, okay, who's going to be first, BMW or the run? Oh, BMW wins first. Oh my God, oh, that's unfair because it has a huge engine and it's so fast and powerful. Oh, the poor runner, of course he couldn't do it. Same thing in chess. So all these live grandmasters is nothing. Some people say, oh, here's a grandmaster. Oh, he's such great, or so on. Put this grandmaster in front of Alpha Zero, 10-0, no draws. And apparently, somebody is saying now that they gave a handicap of move and pawn and still win, no draws. Okay, so practical side of chess is no longer interest anybody, but the whole concept game as education, the entertainment, guessing the moves when it's a pure art. There is no cheating. So it's art combining your understanding of the game, your ability to look at the patterns, listen to comments, see the top 3 lines of stockfish, and make intelligent guess. And this is where man can still beat these bloody computers and artificial intelligence and Alpha Zero and stockfish and everybody else. That's the only area where human, because of its intuition, still has a ground to stand against all this.
But also
85 million raised. Let's talk about that, seeing how this is a startup. Wednesday.
I was going to talk about the
185. Okay, 85 million will go right into acquiring all possible sites what there are. Not that I really need them, but I want to shut them down.
It will actually cost that much to buy all the chess sites that are out there.
Absolutely.
Right. But the thing is, here's what happened in this thing called the Olympics. Okay, you're probably familiar with the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
Running, the jumping, all that stuff. Well, when NBC acquired the rights to the Olympics, they were going, no one's going to watch this. Okay, I'm sorry, curling, running, jumping. The thing is, they aren't going to watch that stuff. So here's what they did. They said what people want to see is the human element. They want the backstory. And so what they did, and if you watch the Olympics on television, it's always about the drama of the person's life. Okay, and they only spend a little time on the race, and they spend a lot of time on
coronavirus. This is far the best story.
Right. Well, the thing is, when you have Arena on, what you want to do is dig into her personal life, because that's what people want to hear. The fact that
it's a bad drama. It's just
she's going to tell all her story about coronavirus.
Yeah, you want to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want to hear the story. People want to hear that human drama story, and that soared the ratings of NBC because they weren't doing well on watching people run around a track. And if they say, well, the fastest human can't beat the fastest automobile. Of course not. The fastest automobiles can beat the human all the time. But the same like chess. The biggest computer is going to beat the human all the time, but we still want to see the human play. Okay. In other words,
the Kentucky Derby, right? Who wants to watch horses run around for 1 minute? But yet people gather for 8 hours, and what do they film?
They film the human drama. Oh, this person. Irina Kirsch grew up in a farm in Illinois. No, she didn't. She probably grew up in Russia somewhere, and then came over. See, people don't even know that stuff, and that's the stuff that people want to listen to. They want to listen to her story, history. I mean, her story. Okay,
her story.
I remember the story. It was about a few years ago, probably 3-4 years ago, in England, Premier League. And at that time, they were getting ready for a world championship. And there was a story that the central defender of English national team, I think his name was John Terry. He's a fantastic defender, and so on. And there was a so he was a defender of English national team. And there was a fantastic halfback who was also supposed to be playing for England. And then all of a sudden, the huge scandal just cropped up. What's happened is that the halfback had an affair with the wife of John Terry. And obviously, they could not play in the same team. Oh my God, there were 24 hours discussions about whether they can play in the same team or they should not play in the same team. And if one will play and another one is not, then John Terry is a husband of whom wife was cheating with this defender, or halfback, or the halfback should play and get the John Terry hell out of it. But John Terry was a captain of the team, not just a defender. He was also captain of the team. So the next question is, okay, so he's going to play and the halfback is not going to play. So who's going to replace halfback? Now, what's happening with the wife of John Terry? Is she going to apologize? Is she going to run to this halfback? My God, they were talking about this for 24 hours. Anytime you would switch to English Premier League, there is no soccer. There is nothing but just discussion about this bloody affair. And that was hilarious. And that's what makes the story. That's why everybody loves British Premier League.
That's why Harry and Meghan are so popular now.
Yeah, I'm following also German Bundesliga in it's boring. They never have any scandals. They all playing soccer, and there's nothing here to talk about. Okay? So one German team beat another German team.
Well, we never run out of anything to talk about in this country as long as Trump is our president.
Right.
History and her story. This is something that Nick and I started joking about a couple of years ago because it's always been his story. And lately, occasionally you get her story. So I'm glad Nick brought that up. I love working with Nick. He has been probably one of the few men that I've worked with that is not prejudiced when it comes to gender. Of any kind, actually gender choice too. I've seen him get very frustrated and angry at our state or at people in our state for being prejudiced against the gays and lesbians and gender and the people who have gender choices. When they're very prejudiced against, he gets very upset, you know. So, but his story, her story, but we got plenty of stories, right? It's your story is what we tell people when you come on this show. It's about you.
I haven't even started yet. I'm just warming up. I haven't told even one funny story yet, but hopefully I will. I will pretty soon. As a matter of fact, today we have a startup.
You haven't told 140. You and Jim were so freaking funny the other day. I couldn't stop laughing. In fact, I was going to stop and take a break, and I couldn't stop. Everybody said the same thing.
But I want to tell you something. I was watching that show 2 times recorded. You know what? Now I want to tell you real truth. It's not good show. It's a great show because if you think about it, this is a live performance. There is no rehearsals. We never even discuss topics. What we're going to discuss, except the game. And then 2 days before the show happened, my game with Alexei Shirov, which I lost in 10 moves, which was a disaster, but still quite interesting. So we never discuss. We just say, okay, we're going to talk a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and stuff. And Jim is just, he's catching, and now he's telling me what he wants to prepare some best games of Irina Krush to show and select at least one of her games, which is great because she's a really good player. And so, a couple of ideas. First of all, if you're talking startup only in United States is one story. If you're looking at a little bit wider, worldwide, it's very different enterprise altogether.
It is.
First of all, don't forget that Russia for many years was very successful with their version of concentration camps. They were very successful. In fact, they started to fall apart once they canceled that system of concentration camps. That's where it fell apart completely. But that's where they are now, and I wouldn't be surprised if in 5 years' time they will have their concentration camps back, because that's what makes them great country. So
they hardly got any people, and you locked them up too.
We just lock them up, but not just lock them up, just to get creative output of them. And maybe this is the model which we have to really study, because if there is still slavery available in the United States, at least legally, so then we must come up, especially if this coronavirus will stay with us and the economy will be kind of a slow, maybe we should think about new economic models. And maybe this is just one of them. If you can, for example, I think the really good business is to build jails. If you build efficient jails where inmates will stay, they will never be late for work, they will never cancel, they will be fine. They will do as much work as you want them. This is why when I was thinking about creativity, how to come up with a task for slaves. So I was thinking, if you build a modern, upscale jail, and you have...
why don't we just make it a Marriott? Why don't we just hire Marriott to make a jail for us?
Hey, stop. That's federal. Stop it.
Funk you up. I'm going to uptown funk you up. Going to jail, bro.
And I'm not talking about just manual jobs, because
I agree with
you. Right? The best scientists in Russia, they were working in practical jails and camps. Well, they had very good upkeep there and so on. They had everything, whatever they needed, but they were still slaves for all intents and purposes. And they came up with a great scientist developments, and a lot of Russian nuclear bombs and weapons were developed in camps, in concentration camps.
Yeah, and
anyway, in other country, Germany also had system of concentration. But the big difference was the Germans built concentration camps for other nations, whether it's Jews, Slavs, Poles, whatever they are. Now, Stalin built concentration camps for his own people. That's the only difference between
You know, in the U.S., we do the same thing, but we make you believe that it's an education.
Mhm.
we call
exactly. They build bombs. They build all
we call universities.
But they make you believe it's an education. And when you come out, you work for the government for the rest of your life. You pay taxes and you pay off that debt. So the same thing. But I will tell you this: in our prisons, the prisoners have a chance to go take free classes and free education. So they do. In our prisons, we do have a really if you're motivated to learn. If you're motivated to learn, you can go get a free education, not a free tattoo.
Exactly.
But
another good idea about another great idea about this startups and concentration camps is, as we know, what 90% of startups fail, right? So those 90% fail, they will go right into concentration camps, and they will be very there.
And they'll be successful.
And there will be a special section, the top section, where people will play chess.
There you go.
And the
chess reform program. If you learn to play in the United States, we have this thing. If you're in prison and you learn to play chess now, and you apply it, they reduce your time. So
yeah, and then the thing is, see what happens. Chess, it can absorb a lot of your time. So if you have free time on your hands, chess will eat it all up.
Gangs having a chess tournament instead of a gang war, right?
Well, what happens is it will absorb a lot of your time. It's like golf. You know, I live on this country club. They have 2 golf courses, right? 2 18-hole golf courses, really beautiful. Really, what it is you have all these retirees that have more time on their hands, and they got to do something with it, so they go out and play golf. I mean, because golf will eat up time. I mean, there's just no question about it. So if you had a prison that had a couple golf courses and then had a chess place, all your time is taken between playing.
You have everybody going to prison. I mean, it's interesting to me though that you could go to prison, and I'm going to tell you what, in prison, that's the only place you learn about a special appeal program. And if you don't know that appeal process, you can never appeal your taxes. So if something lands, but only prisoners know about this. And I learned about this by accident, because they say you can appeal your taxes. But if you appeal in regular court, they go, and then it's too late, because your 60 days is probably over. Statute of limitations, 60 days. But if you're a prisoner, you know about this appeal process, because that's the only way you can appeal your prison to get out of prison. So to get out of tax situations is the same as getting out of prison. And so only prisoners know about this, because I'm like, who the heck would know about this appeal process? And then I go digging and I find out every prisoner in the state of North Carolina knows about this appeal process. Why? Because they teach them. They have a class on it. They have a class on everything. You can take any kind of education in the prison, and you can get a degree in prison. They feed you 3 times a day. You got a place to sleep. It might not be the safest place or the cleanest, but and it might not be fun because it's not free, but you walk out, hopefully you get out in 4 years.
Or you don't even need prisons anymore. You just ship them to one big island and they just stay there, and you don't have to care about it anymore. Wait, there's Australia. Let's just dump them all over to Australia. There we go.
Didn't they? Come on. Movie with Snake
old ideas. You can dump them all in Australia or New Zealand. You got a whole islands.
Not New Zealand. Not New Zealand.
Not New Zealand. No. We love New Zealand. New Zealand is a place to go to retire, right?
There's plenty of land in Australia.
In New Zealand, there are 10. Okay, what is that? There are probably 10 times as many ships as people. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Yes,
that is true.
There's a lot of sheep and
so they definitely need more people. So all those
the prisoners can go to New Zealand, become Kiwis.
It's in New Zealand. The funny thing is, every winter there are a set of people who will commit crimes to enter prison because the food and the treatment is so good. They don't want to be out on the road, so they will commit crimes just to enter prison.
Wow.
It's just, and the prison authorities know about it, and they're poor people. So instead of being homeless on the street, they become government guests.
So
But you know what? When
yes, I love that.
In the 90s, when Russians started to travel in Europe, and of course some criminals travel too. They are also people that have all the rights to travel. So they had a special study commission to figure out what are the most comfortable jails in Europe. So they would commit a crime and stay in jail for a period of time just to have a good life. And part of the best jails in Europe are in Holland.
Yes.
Jails are fantastic. They have
Very
television,
nice jails.
tennis court, they have anything. And some of the prisoners can even get special service by.
Sassy, you're gonna give our audience the wrong ideas. They're going to go, "Hey, I can't wait to go to Europe." Why? Well, I heard there's beautiful jails in Netherlands. Well, how are you going to get in? I said, no problem. I'll just rob somebody and they'll put me in jail. I mean, come on.
I got an idea. I'm going to write an app for criminals. Where's the best place to do crime?
You like we have here. We have all
Coming back to startups. I remember in 1996, okay, I had interest at the time in a company called Microplay. It was a video game franchise and so on. Long story, but I want to tell you, it was an international franchise show in Atlanta, Georgia. So our company had booths. I was there, and there was in 1996. It was a Russian delegation. There were 5-6 Russian businessmen, and they were looking at some different business opportunity to do in Russia business. So I had some presentation. So I went through presentation. They were there, and then they came to me for a short presentation in Russian because they didn't know English that well. Okay, so I gave them very quick Russian presentation for about 15 minutes. They were quiet for a while, and then they said, "Did you tell us absolutely everything?" I said, "I think so, yes, I did." We said, "Okay, hold on. Okay, so what you're saying, to open a store, then you trade the video games, then you buy, sell video games and equipment and also. But you didn't tell us exactly how do you screw people? We don't see that in this model." So for them, business opportunity was to have something to screw people. If you don't screw people, what kind of business is that?
That's a good question.
Right. Well, if you ask people what kind of business is it, that's what you call PR. Right?
You know, Sasha should do a whole program called Entrepreneurship in Russia. And you can lead off. You don't screw people with type of business.
Today, we know New Zealand is a great place to go to retire financially. That's always been probably the biggest pick. There's a few other places. But let's just take a look based on health and how much the government cares about their people. I mean, USA definitely not, right?
No.
The coronavirus spread.
No. Wait. I'm looking at the numbers there. We are the leaders. Okay.
1.5 million.
Not only that, look, we are the leaders in the world again. Russia's number 2. Sorry about that, Sasha. Yeah. You guys are gonna have to work.
Our leaders are best friends, right? Okay. The Russian and American leaders are best friends. Trump and
Trump said that America will be number 1. America first. That's
right. We are. Yeah,
okay, Brazil, United Kingdom, they're working on it. Italy, France, Germany. Okay, all the major players. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Okay.
Spain still beats us per million for.
I know, it's kind of amazing.
But
Peru.
if you go down, I mean, take a look.
India is far behind. I can see.
India is not doing too bad. They did a lot of tests. Oh my gosh, they did a lot of tests. Total cases per million, 78. That's not so bad. So
no, yeah, per million population, that's not bad. 12,000. Oh, is that Qatar? Oh, that's pretty bad.
Ecuador. I've got friends in Ecuador. They're not too bad.
Well, it's really the person per million, and Qatar looks like they're getting hammered.
Right.
Switzerland is
sometimes Anthony and I found out until they update, because it updates at noon. Until they do a full update, some of the data is a little off. So I look at tests per 1 million. So, if you look at the other than the U.S., who's really screwed up, if you look at generally the ones who are running the most tests, those are the ones who have it mostly under control.
But don't worry, Tim. Putin is very resourceful and he is very enterprising. He'll find a way to make Russia number one. Don't worry.
Really good. Actually, you know what? I bet he's a little upset that Trump beat him.
Yeah,
See, the game plan between those
Nate, you guys are way down on that list. Way down on the list, Australia. 4 deaths per million population. Mate, you're not doing good at all. You know?
You don't understand. Putin and Trump. That the deal is whoever has the most deaths win. They both read, Hitler's game plan. So they want to be leaders. Fine, they can have it. Finland. I always thought Finland
was complaining a long time ago, but it looks like they're not. No, that's Iraq. They're not doing too well either. They're way down.
No, Iraq. I've had people reach out to me from Iraq, and they're struggling a little bit. I get people to contact me from all over the world, telling me what how things are going. It's interesting to hear the voices from around the world. Let's see, Luxembourg.
Why is it Bosnia and Herzegovina? Why is it just either Bosnia or Herzegovina, or just make up your mind? Why do they have 2 of them? That's kind of weird.
Look at Greece. Greece. I would have thought more like Italy, but it's not too bad, right? 16 per 1 million.
No.
They don't really
I
have
had somebody from Cuba.
Cases, a total of 2,850. Bulgaria. Guatemala.
Oh, I'm trying to get a doctor from Cuba on. Let's see what's going down in Cuba.
Okay, there's Cuba.
Yeah, they're down there. Anyway, she's a medical doctor in Cuba, and hopefully she'll be on Friday. We don't know about that because I don't know if they still block us in Cuba or not. We'll find out.
But if you take a look at what's going on around the world, the only place not to go to is
it's way down there. Gosh, you guys are not doing well at all.
Who?
Hey, Rakesh, man, is Hong Kong open yet or not?
Hong Kong's never closed.
Yeah, what's wrong with you guys?
Never closed.
Active cases 26. Wow.
But look at this number, Nick. 0.5 per 1 million. It's not even a full one.
4 deaths? What is wrong with you guys in Hong Kong? I'm gonna send some New Yorkers over there. We'll explain to you.
They don't know how to live. They don't know.
Are you guys all in your hole? Holes over there? What's going on, Rakesh, man?
Women let live, right? This is the U.S. and this is Hong Kong.
They don't
know how to live.
So can I go to Hong Kong now? Is that the deal?
Hong Kong doesn't know how to live up. They don't know how to live. They're not ahead in the game here.
Whenever I talk to people from China, they're always from Hong Kong. I can never get anybody from mainland China. Hello, anybody in mainland China? Nobody there.
Look at Iceland. Iceland's.
Where's Iceland? It's way down there.
It's up here, number 85.
I like Iceland.
Everybody likes Iceland. It became the number 1 spot to vacation in the past few years because it was inexpensive.
Yeah.
And
I don't know about that, but it's pretty nice.
Yeah, they're kind of high on the per million, but overall active cases 4. It sounds manageable to me.
16. Or 10.
Where to go for vacation? Let's see. New Zealand, not so bad, right?
Sri Lanka's way down there. Kenya's way down there.
Yeah.
Latvia.
Have we passed Malaysia? There's Hong Kong. Again, we talked about that. Tunisia, Kenya. Kenya's not so bad, right? 50 cases or 50 deaths. 50 deaths.
Zambia is quite good too. Zambia.
Look at that, 0.4. They're with Hong Kong. Kenya's with Hong Kong. Anything under 1, 0.4. Sri Lanka. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Andorra is definitely not the place to go. Where is Andorra, Nick? Can you get out?
Andorra, it's between. I can get my map on. But it's between Spain and France. Okay, it's a little country. You got to go flip the globe around, and as you move to Europe, you're going to see. You can't even see it because it's so tiny here.
Venezuela. Look at Venezuela.
Between Spain and France, and that's the reason they're so high. Is that somehow Spain got it pretty bad, and I'm not really sure if they all have the same strain because some countries.
San Marino. Oh my gosh, San Marino is struggling really bad.
Percentage-wise, but there aren't that many people living in San Marino.
They only have one new case.
That's near Italy, so the thing is, Italy and Spain seem to be really not doing too well.
And Russia and the U.S.
Nepal, way down there, that's not so bad.
No, Nepal's not doing too bad. 0.07. Ooh, that's pretty good.
The Nepalese.
0.4. Palestine is doing pretty good. Ethiopia. Madagascar. Them animals know how to live.
Disney made Madagascar famous. Mauritius.
Yeah. Vietnam, not so. Vietnam is not even reporting. Look at that; it's so low. They don't have anything to report on.
All the African countries do really well. I think the mosquitoes eat them.
Wando.
Eat the virus.
Hey, you might have something there.
The mosquitoes. There's a virus.
Malaria and flea bag mosquitoes are killing the coronavirus. That you might have something there.
I mean, I don't know. There was some argument that their systems are full of drugs or something. I don't know what the deal is, but they just don't get too many. Aruba's way down there. Wow. So I'm looking for places to vacation. Bahamas, Aruba, Monaco.
Oh, we have a question for you. Where's the Kokomos?
Kokomos? It's in the Bahamas somewhere, I think. There's San Martin. I've been there. San Martin hardly has a percentage-wise. It's pretty bad. But
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe's
not so bad.
Eritrea, not bad.
St. Martin.
Antigua and Aruba.
Comoros.
Antigua, Barbuda. So I think you can take a look at some of the places if you want a vacation. These are the places to consider.
Showing none, like New Caledonia doesn't have any deaths. 18 cases. That's near New Zealand. Well, not really, but not as close as you're going to get to New Zealand, which is in the middle of nowhere for people who've been there.
Yeah, and again, Ankit and I have learned that maybe not all places are reporting every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But some of them don't have a reason to, right? If all you've got is a total of 18 cases in your whole country and nothing else ever happened, then there's no reason to report.
These countries are huge. I mean, they're small. Greenland, 11, but it's cold there.
But the cold is where it grows, right?
What do you think? St. Bart's, that's a great place to vacation. 5? Oh, that's pretty low. Wow. Western Sahara, 6. Anguilla, 3. Lesotho, 1. And St. Pierre, wherever that is. It must be an island somewhere. 1.
Right. So, I mean, one had it and one recovered. There might just be one person that lives there, too.
I must admit, does anyone know on the panel where St. Pierre, what is that?
I think
Michelo.
Where is it?
Michelo. I think if you watch Death in Paradise.
Okay, wait. Does anybody on the panel know where St. Pierre Michelo is? Dun, 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 dun. Bring out the world globe.
I have no idea. Let's see.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Guadalupe. Okay, so no, Death in Paradise is filmed.
There should be a globe integrated on Alexa so that, if you just round up the globe and says, find out St. Peter's and then the bot will just come up with a particular country.
St. Pierre, but I think if you take a look at that, there's your great places to move to and live, right?
Alexa.
She's not.
She's on leave today.
Did you
I unplugged her.
She's on leave today.
She's on leave. Let me get Alexa.
Startup don't show up, so that's Alexa.
It's going to take a while. I got to get her plugged back in. I accidentally.
I got blueberries are coming in. So, yep. Here, I'm going to share my blueberries around the
Oh,
world.
they look lovely. They look really nice.
But they're have that quercetin or quercetin.
Quercetin, yes.
Quercetin that so they're heavy in that. And I've also started taking that, like Dr. Moskowitz told me to do. And I just started 2 days ago, so I'm going to give it a week or two. But hopefully, my energy will build back up.
There are some studies on quercetin that actually, by IBM's artificial intelligence, ranked it in the top 10 possibilities of actually reducing coronavirus.
Well, Dr. Markowitz just did a paper on it that's being published.
Did he really? Yeah, because the thing is, it looks like it may actually have some positive medicinal treatment effects. But, again, that's...
well, and then I think it's which kind do you get, right? Because some have a lot of fillers in it. So,
right.
And I also think that you need to, always consult your own physicians if you're taking.
We should have a lot of disclaimers all over this. We do not provide medical advice. We should do, before people get on, we should make them read and sign a 20-page legal document of all the disclaimers. Okay, you can't get on IBMTV unless you read through 20.
Attorneys. Oh my God, attorneys ruin everything. Sorry, Nick, I'm not going to do that.
20 pages of legal documents and disclaimers.
What I like about Dr. Yu, sometimes he'll get up there and he'll do a disclaimer just before he says something. It's absolutely hilarious.
Well, he should. I mean, the thing is,
but he knows how to do it real quick.
Right. We're not providing medical advice, but
yeah, this is some. But Dr. Markowitz, his findings have been pretty impactful, and he actually feels like one of his patients he was able to rescue completely using the quercetin, and he was very happy about the outcome.
I mean, like I said, it's in the top 10, and there's all these rumors about vaccines coming out somewhere between now and the end of the year or early next year, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Don't worry about the vaccine.
Remember, they're already out there. The only question is, do they work or not, and is there side effects, and what's the correct amount of dosage, and then questions and questions.
How can you call it a vaccine if it doesn't work yet? They're just screaming, "We got something! Watch me!" No. I think they need to keep their mouths shut until they have
something. There is the island and country of St. Pierre.
All who are in favor of me. I think they need to keep their mouths shut until they have something that is workable.
Definitive, yes.
Not because
right. All they're doing is building up false hope and a lot of anger, and they're just stirring the pot. And that we need to stop stirring the pot and find what really is working right now. And according to Dr. Art, systematic treatments, right? Early treatments, if you can early detect. So testing is probably the most important thing we could be doing and promoting. A lot of testing, because the sooner you detect it, the sooner you can treat it. And the odds are you'll prevent an overflow in the hospitals and a need for ventilators. That's my thoughts. Early, the first day that we were on air, probably.
It was testing, treatments, and vaccines. I mean, you want to go in that
systematic treatment
order. Testing number one to see who's got it, and then isolate. Then treatments number two, get the best treatments available. And the third thing would be the vaccine, and then consistently mitigate the possibility of viruses. Now, with that, I've seen some physicians say, wear a mask, they wear a mask. It drops the probabilities, but you have to have both parties wearing it, because the one who wears it is the one that's not giving it, and still even today, we see people that they tend to ignore it.
Well, and I think that we need to take a look at some other things, like Mike Hansen, which Rakesh turned us on to, has some marvelous videos and autopsies of COVID patients, and what is causing the deaths. So one of his autopsies showed what is actually causing the deaths, and the infection.
Also age and pre-existing conditions. In other words, they've done a lot of the studies that we see coming back. If you're older with a pre-existing condition, almost everybody who's died has a pre-existing condition.
So think about it this way, though, Nick. By the time they determine a person has COVID, they've already had it for 14 days. Mm-hmm. So if you have pre-existing conditions and you have a million of these tearing at your lungs, right, for 14 days before you know it, it's too late. but early detection could protect these.
I totally agree. The testing.
Early,
This is where
we could stop it.
Testing and prevention.
Because he's
Testing and
there with
prevention is
the
more important.
infections. What?
Testing and prevention is more important. We need to keep on doing the testing, and we have to prevent everything so that we don't get the virus. And I'll tell you, while seeing the chart since more than 2 months, there are 2 cruise ships which are still in the water. One is next to Japan, the Diamond Princess, and they have around 700 people on board. 13 have been died, and I think 4 or 5 have been still critically, positive, and rest of them are still on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And so where's the other ship, which is MS Daman, somewhere I don't know where is that, but there are 2 ships which is still in water, and they are in the water since 2 months.
Yeah, and the thing is, those, unfortunately, the cruise lines become like a petri dish of the coronavirus, because everybody's in close quarters, spreads very rapidly, and unfortunately, the demographics of people that take cruises are older people. Okay, now if you see the ads in the morning, in the evening, we got sunshine, see all the young people having a good time. That's the ads. Reality, you go there, it's all these senior people on the cruise.
Unless you take a Disney cruise, and a Disney cruise is all kids. But
no, it isn't. Senior people that are on the cruise.
Senior people and grandkids.
Grandkids are on the cruises, and see what happens. The senior people all die. And they showed the studies of it. It's like, boy, it skyrockets for people over 60 up to 90, and that's where all the deaths are really taking place. It's not the younger people. People under 60, under 50, it's rare occasion. And when it does happen, they all have a pre-existing condition. Yeah. Okay, but when you get older, with a pre-existing condition, that's where the mortality goes up. So now here's the arguments here. Why people going, we don't want to wear a mask. We want to go out. We want to go back to work. And partially they're correct, because the vast majority of them, even if they caught the coronavirus, would not die from it. I mean, it's really, really small percentage. But then when they get older, it goes up tremendously, and they will die. I mean, they will die, but they're still odds-on favorite they won't. But all of a sudden, they're assuming a risk from, 3% to 20%, depending on how old they are and what their pre-existing condition is. And that's where the real problem comes, and that's where the mortality. I don't think we're getting the correct information from any of our media sources, and it's just so hard to find the correct information out there, because it's all being filtered through.
I watched this show, Nick. Shows because we were getting such good information from
Friday show with the doctors is good. Friday show with the doctors are good if you want to know about the coronavirus. Also, do notice this: when we beam through the World Wide Web, the beaming is very smooth. On major television, when they beam through, it's choppy. And I don't know why, because they have millions of dollars they spend on programming. It's choppy. But
they're cheating. Do you want to see something? You want to see how they're cheating?
The thing is, when we beam through and you bring those YouTubes on, it's choppy, Kim. Okay, but when we beam directly, it's very clear. So I just find that part to be very interesting.
Well, I'm going to show you something about how they're cheating. They are. So I thought, wow, they're doing all of these people from their home, right? And they're using either their phone or their computer like we are, right? But watch this, because I'm like, that is the clearest. I got to call them and find out what kind of equipment they're using. Oh my God, it's so clear. But watch this. This is CBS. They were making it like these guys are at their home playing music for you, folks. Right. Watch this. You got to see. I was so. It took me a second. Hold on.
To press share screen. I still haven't been able to figure out share screen.
Hold on. It's the audio part that I got to remember. Here we go. Watch this.
We'll walk together till we reach the promised land. All the sorrow and the pain here is greater than the miles of desert.
Oops, did you see that?
No, what did I miss?
Watch. Let's see, I'll pull it back just a little bit. Look, it's panning. It's not their cameras. Oh, it's not their cameras. Did you see that?
It looks like a cell phone.
They got studio cameras. They're using studio cameras, so people are in their place. You and I know how that, and they got sound mixers, but you think, oh, they're just using their phone, right? So all you see is their, and then all of a sudden you start, and I go, wait a minute, phones don't pan like that. Maybe they got new equipment.
In the pan.
Then you see the phone, and you go, oh, they're cheating. They have a whole studio there.
I mean, they could have a lot of equipment.
But that's wrong. It's supposed to be stay at home. Nobody's supposed to be out doing these things.
Yeah, you believe that. Come on.
So I'm just saying, they're not. So the reason why their quality is a little bit different, some of them, is they're not abiding by the stay-at-home rules.
Yeah, well, they're staying at home, except they'll have.
They send their crew out to the home.
Send some people out that know what they're doing, and I would not be surprised.
And it's hard, and this is what I tell people. Even they are struggling, though. You see them shaking in and out. I occasionally see them where they got to just have somebody hang up and dial back in. So they're all trying to figure it out.
I'm just saying that the thing is, the broadcasting here,
we're doing good.
The web is very smooth. Through the cell phones is very smooth, and theirs is smooth until they go to somebody remotely, and then it's choppy. And I'm not sure why, but it just is. The other thing is their transitions from person A to person B is choppy.
It is choppy.
I'm not used to it. Okay. The thing is,
it took us some time. This is why I tell people we've been doing pod TV for quite some time.
Talk over somebody, and see, you and I do it all the time. Talk over people.
Well, and I get chewed out for it all the time too. I get guests that tell me say it's not very professional. Yeah, and I've had people call and talk to me about it.
Well, let me tell you, I'll explain to these people right now that think it's not very professional. I'm going to tell them right now to their faces, we are not professionals. Okay? So the thing is,
entrepreneurs.
It doesn't seem very professional to you. Just realize we are not. It's just like somebody saying, well, you're not a good actor. That's because I am not
an actor.
Or you're not funny, you're not an actor. Because I am not a comedian. So when people say it's not professional, I don't really care, because I'm not a professional at this. If you want a professional, go watch CBS. Leave us alone. And we'll bring our one person in that's going to give $100 million.
Well, here's the thing about the professional networks is they have somewhat, to me, a gag. They have to be very careful about what they report, because they can't afford to lose their advertisements and their sponsors. And one of the things I have been told, the reason why people like us is we don't do that to them. When they come on our show, they can talk about whatever they want, how they want, as long as it's not profanity and really bad politics.
Right.
We have fun with politics, but you know what I mean.
It's not contentious.
Yeah, it's meant to just be in humor. But at the end of the day, I find that we're better quality.
Oh, in your humble opinion, right?
My own opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
my opinion of that is just purely because you and I have worked in the network world and we know what it's like.
Yeah, but the thing is that those are opinions and not reality. Reality is our shows are going to be pretty good. That's the reality of it.
They're unique.
They're unique. And see, I like having the unique shows, because you get tired of watching the Netflix. I mean, I like Netflix. I show the books and all that stuff. Yeah. But here's the reality of the movies. They're the same things over and over again. I mean, there is no variance in the movies and Netflix. It's only what type of movie you're going to watch. But see, in our thing, I got this guy who does yoga, and I've done that before. That is hard. Okay, if he keeps doing that show, that is hard. Chess, that is hard. Somebody's actually doing a show. Alexander May, she's got all these wonderful people moving on and on. And so you have cricket. I mean, who even knows anything about cricket over here? So the thing is, you have this variety of shows that you just can't see anywhere else. Coronavirus, unfortunately, we have a lot of competition in that space right now, because if you go to CNN right now, guess what they're talking about? The coronavirus. They talk about that 24/7. Are you kidding me? I mean, is it important? Yeah, but 24/7? got to be out of your bloody mind.
Well, we talk about it. Some,
you guys do it almost 28 hours a week, almost 30 hours. But I say almost because you break it up with other things. Okay, so it's all good. And then Friday you have the doctors on, which is the real show that people should listen to, because my belief is the coronavirus, it's medical. You got to hear Dr. Markowitz. You want to hear Dr. You want to hear the doctor who does the DJ Quarantine show.
Dr. Art, but he's also a doctor on the front line. He's brilliant.
By the way, Dr. Art is great. Okay, you got. Do you show him what that DJ Quarantine show? Is he going to do that again? That was
every Saturday night. And people don't understand, if they donate money, he turns it back into victims of domestic violence. So he's a huge supporter of victims of domestic violence, and so he tries to help the victims.
So, Nick, you have a question from one of our viewers, Numain, and he wants to know, we are not professionals. He just wanted to know you.
Oh, we are not professionals.
Okay, okay. If you didn't hear me, let me tell you right now, we are not professionals. So if this doesn't seem professional to you, it's because it's not. It's like this. Okay, this is his idea of love. This is the American idea. Okay, so India, we love people in India. America, yeah, you better love me, baby. Okay, so it's just a different idea. But no, we're volunteers, volunteers. Okay, and volunteerism is big in some places not so much.
And we're about the we, not the me. Okay, so we're about the we, not the me.
Okay.
Like Trump, me. I get tested. Oh,
what is this?
Tested.
That's two fingers put together.
This is application.
Application.
You're a computer guy. You think everything's an application.
The other neat thing about what we're doing is we're all about STEAM, science, tech, engineering, art, and math. So you got to add art to it now. I think NASA did that, or NOAA. So they call it STEAM, not STEM anymore. But we're doing shows on stem cell science. We're doing Stem Cell Saturday. We're doing shows on medical. We got a new show that hopefully will start this Saturday. It's an expert in medical and law.
Medical and law?
Mm-hmm. And an entrepreneur. You know him, Dr. Boris Abbey. He's talking about.
Oh yeah, right. Wow, that could be pretty wild.
Yeah, so he's talking about doing a show like that, so that and have some experts come in, because everything we're doing is medical right now, right? Our whole world is based on survival from medical.
We have music. We have some other variety.
We have chess that comes on Saturdays. We have what we call rollover guests from the.
Are we ever going to get Gutting the Sacred Cow on board?
We got to work on that again. That's part of
the legal document. I'm going I got to spend all my time looking through that stuff. So I sent it to you and Kit.
I know.
That stuff.
Business as usual, right? So again, people, you got to understand, it's not easy getting all these shows on, right? Yeah. And every show is different. Every show.
Right. Well, Gutting the Sacred Cow could actually be
too much of work, too much of emails, communication, and confirmation, and things like that. And then people come on board.
It's not like somebody just comes to us with a show like Alexandra did and said, "Okay, let's go, done."
That's a good job. He's got good.
That was the easiest show I've ever worked on in my life. Yeah. I could not believe how.
And also, Dr. Yu, I mean, he's always ready for the show. You call him if he's available.
Okay, done.
Done.
24 hours later.
You won't believe, I still remember the chat, and Vin was like, when Dr. Yu will show up, and I said, he will show up, I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know what time, but he will show up. So he just started his thing just a couple of minutes before the show.
Yeah, and you guys are going to put the schedule up on the website so I can know what.
We're working on that. That we had to make sure people were definitely there. We're going several shows a week, right? We just want to make sure that it is happening.
Yeah.
It's started going on in the process, and then we can start.
Right, and so
I would like to invite Billy on Saturday cricket if he's available.
Cricket.
Cricket on Saturday. Are you available on Saturday?
Saturday, I should be. I should be. Yeah.
So Saturday we have a cricket show if anyone's interested.
And Nick, you have to come.
Yes.
You have to join the show.
Sunday we have Grant Edmond, who does music by send him a request. He does music by request.
Right.
Yeah.
And
he's from South Africa, right?
he's from South Africa. Beautiful studio. Beautiful.
Sunday is South Africa Sunday.
It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday is Super Sunday with South Africans.
Yes. South Africa. I mean, literally, South Africa's taking over our Sunday performance because we have 2 children's shows in the morning that are going to start. And they're all from South Africa too. So Sunday, South Africa. Yeah. I mean,
and then we're Grand, and then we're Alexandra.
Right.
So,
I mean,
and some questions have come up through podcasters about using clips, like Kim showed the CBS clip. You can use it as long as you don't violate the fair use doctrine. I've been trying to explain to these people what's fair use. Basically, you just can't steal their bloody material. You show a little clip like that, you move on. You're basically good to go. But if you use it for commercial purposes and you're stealing all their stuff, then you violate what they call the fair use doctrine. But showing clips like that should be okay. It's
and the thing too, it's about not a whole lot of, if you're not making money specifically off.
Right. Yeah, on that clip. Yeah, in other words, like if you're sitting there trying to commercialize whatever clip that was from CBS. You're going to have your rear handed to you in court. But if you just show a clip about something
part of the show,
like that is part of the show, then it's under what they call the fair use doctrine, and you're not violating their quote copyright, because media people get crazy about their copyrighted materials, trademarks.
Here's what's funny: CBS is using YouTube. And if you read the YouTube policies, they do have copyright policies. You have to list it, and I think you pay extra to have your stuff copywritten through YouTube. But for most intent purposes, they say anything that's on YouTube is fair game, not fair use.
It's fair use as long as you use it as a fair use type of arrangement. Yeah, of course. But could do a whole course on fair use, trademark, copyrights, laws, patents. I mean, intellectual property in the United States. There is a great program, and maybe I'll try to bring her on. She's actually the dean at the University of New Hampshire, Franklin Pierce School of Law. Mm-hmm. And it used to be the Franklin Pierce School of Law. Ho-hum. That's what people thought of it. They changed their name to the University of New Hampshire. Well, that's a state, so that's a big thing. And then she switched her program all over into intellectual property law. The whole, and I'm looking at that program. It actually it moved into the top 100 law schools in the United States. In other words, the ratings went up tremendously because it's all intellectual property. And the dean's on all the time on LinkedIn. I'll see if I can get her on one of our programs, because oddly enough, the podcasters, they start asking me about all this IT law stuff. I don't do that stuff. I read about it a little bit, but it's actually very interesting. It's all patents, copyrights, trademarks. And
what's the one business that what one class entrepreneurs should take?
They didn't exist when I was in school.
I know, but if you were to teach an entrepreneur, what would it be? One real important class. Law, business law.
Oh yeah.
I agree that they should take a class of how to overcome their failures and their whatever they feel. So because if they overcome their failures, I think they can be a good entrepreneur.
Oh, how to bounce back from failure?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. The thing is,
that's this right here, kid.
But the thing is, a training program in bouncing back from failure would be very helpful.
You can't teach that. That's
the thing is,
I can teach that. It's just that the other person should understand, and they should.
They should expect it. In other words, there's an old thing in law school: the A students become judges, the B students become lawyers, and the C students make millions. Why? Yeah. Because they're used to failing. Okay. Yeah. And so the thing is, bouncing back from failure, and you could do a whole course on that, because if you're in business long enough, especially if you own a business long enough, you're going to experience failure. It's just the way it is.
Well, I can give you an example.
What you do afterwards.
I can give you an example.
So the name of the program is Startup Resilience Formula. So
startup resilience. I love it.
Yeah, and the thing is, that would be a good program because some people think, hey, I got in a startup and I'm moving forward, and even the ones that are successful for a while are going to experience the setbacks. We did a little show on Netflix, and I pulled the book. One time, Netflix was about to fold. People didn't know that. They laid off 300 employees. Their business model was failing. The spouse says, I don't think this is going to work. Everybody was about to fold Netflix. Today, the company is worth over $200 billion and growing, fastest growing stock in the New York Stock Exchange. During that period of time, if Reese Hastings and Mark Randolph are going, let's just throw in the towel because we're getting killed by Blockbuster. Seriously, they could have thrown in the towel because they had met tremendous failure by Netflix.
Let me ask you this about investing and everything. When this coronavirus thing is over, do you think big investors will be more inclined to go back to the stock market or maybe invest in startups?
Stock. Okay, and the reason why is this. Okay, startups, remember we already talked about the failure rate, 90%. Okay, problem number one. The stock market, what you're doing is you're betting on people that have proven formulas. Yep. In other words, they've already proven that they can succeed. And you're betting on a winner. It's like saying, I'm going to the horse race and I've got Secretariat running with Seattle Slew, or should I take the long shot? Okay, you got, Secretariat, Seattle Slew, or Citation, or should I go for the long shot? Okay, well, smart money is going to go with Secretariat. Okay, you go with the winner.
Proven winners will get the money.
Pardon?
Proven winners will get all the money.
Yeah, the winners, right? It's just a lot like if Sasha was there, chess tournament. You have Magnus Carlsen, Fabio Corona, or should I take the long shot, this new kid from Iran, Fergiz, or whatever his name is? No, you go with the proven winners. So smart money, which is usually the money that will be in the market, is going to go back to the proven winners, and that's the reason their value and their market caps are so high, because you're betting on horses that have already run. Startup is a horse that hadn't even run yet. You're not even sure if the horse is going to show up. You're not sure if the horse can run. So when you're betting on a startup, you're betting on a long shot. The only people that really bet on them are entrepreneurs who have already done well. Yeah. Okay, because they can actually see through the garbage more than a large company or an individual investor can. And that's one reason they say, hey, look, only accredited investors. You have a lot of crowdfunding going on right now. And the crowdfunding is dumb money betting on dumb ideas. Okay, and I've invested in it, but I did it just for fun. But I'm just saying that's what really is going on. And that's one reason the crowdfunding rules are so, well, we're not sure, because we've got dumb money investing in potentially dumb ideas, and you're going to see a lot of failures out in crowdfunding. The smart money are vetted pretty heavily by the time it goes. The good VCs out there vet these people like crazy before they invest a bloody dime, and that's the realities of it. So well, you're going to see the market go up. I think the only advantage of betting in a startup, you don't have to worry about the market valuation fluctuation that you do in a
So I got a question for you, though, that's been kind of hit me this morning. When coronavirus hit, we had a lot of money in circulation.
Sure.
Right? So money's in circulation, and then coronavirus hits, and the money circulation stopped, but the money's still there, right? Yeah. All of the money, but where did it go?
Cash. Sitting on the sidelines in cash. As a matter of fact, they did
but somebody's got to be holding it. Why didn't we somehow or another push it through? Where did it go?
It's not being pushed. It's held in cash in banks and financial institutions. It didn't go anywhere. The thing is, when the market goes down, it's like, oh, where'd the money go? The money went to cash in banks and financial institutions, money market accounts.
So it's just sitting.
Bonds. Yeah, it's sitting on the sideline.
Why can't we just recirculate it?
Well, it will recirculate. That's the reason the market bounced back again. I mean, there's no question about it.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi.
Very good.
Is this good evening or good afternoon?
Where are you from?
It's good afternoon. It's almost lunchtime now. So
where are you at?
Where are you at?
I live in Maryland, so close to Washington, D.C.
Wow, beautiful area.
North side of the country. sort of.
Yeah. So how's everyone's doing? I saw like all your the show, and it's pretty interesting. Like that you guys are talking about all those topics and discussions, and it's very interesting. So that's why
Great.
I'm glad that I'm part of the show now, and wanted to chat with you guys.
Well,
Yeah, and
cool.
thanks, Kevin, for joining us today. And it was the
Yeah.
last one, and he wanted to join, so I said, okay, let's join today. I mean, today is Startup Wednesday, and we can discuss about payments and other things as well. And right here, I mean, he is on time, and he showed up not
You're
like
in
other
the
startups.
restaurant. You're in the restaurant industry, right?
No.
I'm in the
So
payment industry, so
yeah,
Payment industry.
yeah, go ahead, Ankit.
A lot
FinTech.
in restaurants, mostly though, right?
You're in FinTech.
Is it
Payment
like
industry.
fintech?
Yep, that's what they call the payment industry. It's FinTech.
Is it fintech? Are you in fintech?
Sorry, your voice is breaking.
Okay.
Kevin,
Okay.
can you join, because I think we are not getting your voice as well. If you can rejoin, I think things will be
Can
better.
you log out and log back in?
Yeah, let me do that. Hold on.
All right. Thank you. He's real cute.
Yeah, he is in Maryland. He's a good friend, and so we
So
wanted to
it's
do about
lodging and
payment. And
right. So is he in fintech? Is that the business he's in fintech?
he's into the payment industry. Basically, he works with the CG Group in US.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's a solution engineer there. So he'll talk more about it once he joins back. And let's see. But fintech and payment is, I mean, I think it's one of the same thing. There might be some different modules in different industries, and
A little bit.
this is one of the what you can the biggest industry, because when you talk about online, it's all about online transactions and money, and how you can manage your money and how you can do it. And you just asked the question that what happened to that funds which were there, and what, and I mean, it's locked down. So what happened to those funds? So
Why is it moving? Why?
yeah, it's not moving. It's not moving. So maybe it's stuck at a place, and then I mean, that person. I mean, I think that the person or maybe the bank who have that money, they are doing good. Apart from that, everyone is looking for money.
They're not doing
So,
their part. They capped all the loans that go back out to recycle.
yeah, maybe whatever it is.
PPP, right, was meant to help cover payroll.
Yeah,
That stimulus, when you cover payroll, what those people do what with that money? They're able to go spend. But somewhere that cycling stopped, right? So the banks who were giving loans for the PPP, the money stopped. If they're back in the banks again, it needs to come back out. But what they
True.
did was they capped the loan system. So not everybody got the PPP. And so when you didn't get the PPP, what happened? The money stopped. So the people who have all the money are the banks. Now, who owns all the banks in the US? Do you know?
China's.
China owned all the way. You know, when Bitcoin started, it was started by a Chinese person, right?
Yeah.
You understand Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, the original Bitcoin, the very first Bitcoin, the idea is everybody put their cash into the system, right?
Yeah.
And you spend the electronic system, which eventually didn't go anywhere, and it would get higher and lower, just like the stock market, right?
Yep.
But who got all the money?
China.
Okay.
And
So they have all the cash. So when you go to cash out, there's no money to cash out because it's not real money.
yeah,
So the thing was,
it's a vicious circle basically. If you enter, it's difficult to get out.
it is a very vicious. I mean, if you got it built right and you already have the tangible assets to purchase through it, it works great. You know, say if blockchain Bitcoin were for medical care, right? If it was your insurance, right? That's a perfect closed system where nobody gets, middleman gets their hand into the cookie jar. So that's a closed system, and the transaction fees are very, very low, and the money is infinite, right? It's an infinite cycle, and that's what you want. But in just regular Bitcoin, where they were telling you, oh, you can go buy coffee with it, you can go buy, clothes with it. That never happened, and all that money went into one place, and the only person who owned it was China. So this is what I tell people: we don't own our money. But welcome, Katul.
Yeah, thank you guys. Now can you hear me correctly?
So much better.
Yeah, so this is what the new way of greeting people.
Huh?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm glad, and thank you for allowing me to be
Well,
part of
thank you
this.
for joining us from Maryland. Such a beautiful place. Share a little bit about who you are, what you do, how long you've been doing it, but also what's going on in your area. But share about who you are.
Yeah, so as you know, like my name is Ketul Shah. I'm working in the payment industry for last 10 years. And I played like a different roles, like starting with business analysts and then systems analysts and then product managers and solution engineers. And currently I'm working with a company called Shiji Payments. It's actually uh, mainland China based company, but it's all over the world. It's globally, it's in Australia, Hong Kong. Basically, it's providing a payment solutions and the variety of products for, for the lodging industries or restaurants or retails. So, and I'm based out in US. We have a headquarters in Atlanta and uh, Bethesda, DC, which is like close to Washington D.C.
Yeah.
So uh, and we provide like a lot of different products, and basically the whole point that I wanted to talk about is about the payments, how the payment works, because I get like questions almost like every day from different channels or different sources that like how does payments work and what is the payment do or payment gateways do, or how that help the customers, how they help the merchants or consumers and everything. So I thought like that this is the perfect time that especially everyone is working from home, and pretty much like all the businesses are ready to start now after this all
Yeah.
pandemic and the whole situation. And especially a lot of businesses are struggling. Like I heard that JC Penney's filing for bankruptcy and all those. So a lot of like retails are in very bad shape. Lodging industries, like yesterday I was listening to the Marriott CEO Arnie, and he was mentioning that the revenues like dropped down to almost 40%, and this is the highest they ever seen after like 9/11. That was not that big uh disaster, but compared to this the loss is like huge. So how to come out of it as a winner, because uh some are winners, some are losers, some file bankruptcy, some are like coming back with the good business proposition, and like so what is exactly like how to tackle, and especially everything is going in digital world now.
Yeah.
So that is what like the whole
No,
the time is.
no, that would be a great discussion to have, and also our viewers would like to know how the payment industry works, because you might be talking about people who are already into the business and they do a lot of payments and they are still having a problem how to do it. But there are a lot of viewers who wanted to start their business online because of this COVID thing, and this will be the new digital revolution as well, because a lot of companies who are traditional businesses, they wanted to convert into online business now, and payment is one of the factors they are concerned about.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, we should cover that topic regularly. But I mean, please share some of your views and how the payment industry works, so that we'll get to know more about it.
Sure. So like what is like the most basic question, and like I wanted to put it in like very simple language so like everyone can understand.
Yeah.
What is the basic meaning of payments or payments gateway or payment services? Is basically like as you are a merchant, right? Is basically from your connects your. Are you guys listening to me, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yes,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
We just put you on.
Yeah. So the whole point is like that like from the merchant point of view, like the payments connects their store to their bank account, and that is the whole uh the meaning of the payments. Now how that works, so the whole point about the payments is like how do I charge the customers when the customers comes to my store to buy my goods and services? How do I charge them? What kind of options I have available? There are a lot of old legacy the process that we already been aware, which is like using the plastic cards or using the paper money. But do you really think that now in this situation that like customers are carry that much money with them, with with them, especially with like a lot of infections and a lot of like spread of the viruses and all. Plus, like everyone is like moving from from the store to the digital now, especially like look at the old school the renting movie thing. Like we used to go to that Blockbuster store and buy like the CD and watch movie. Now everything is like on your fingertips, like just go online, stream it. It's more digitalized. Same thing for the payments. Why payments are not changing or not moving to the digitalized world? So especially now, we basically, like, my goal is to like help all my merchants in order to educate them, like what to use, how to use the payment industry. Like for example, they're like Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Google Pay,
Yeah.
Alipay, WeChat. Everyone wanted to pay through their phone or through
Yeah.
their watch or probably like their earrings,
Yeah.
whatever, God knows. So how do we help them to take the money out of the customer so they can able to survive in this industry and like sell their goods and services? So this is what we do. We have a lot of different products available, which is like basically, let's say like you are like a normal mom and pop shop, right? You don't have your website. People used to come to your store, wait for like 5 minutes line, order like some a grilled cheese sandwich and stuff like that. Now, especially this whole situation, you can't really go into the store. Only thing is available is online ordering and curbside pickup. So how that we can help that small mom and pop shop? So there is a lot of different ways, and so many different players in these industries are trying to find the way to help them. So the one of the thing is like, okay, call the store, call the local mom and pop shop and ask them like, hey, I wanted to order this sandwiches, how can I do that? And then they ask your number, like merchant ask consumer's number and send the link on their phone. And all you have to do is like go to the link, pay, order, and then your order will be ready to pick up. So technically no devices, no plastic cards, no paper money involved in the payment. So this is what like the changing the world now towards the contactless payments, and more like how Europe's and Asia, they already adopted this you know
Yeah.
uh, method, but now in the US that is what the trend is going now.
Yeah.
And this is what the normal basic definition of the payments like. And you can pay through your plastic card, it's obvious it's not going to go anywhere, or your cash is still going to be available. But more advanced, like now new generations wanted to use a lot of like new functionality. So basically like the consumers are driving this to the customer, sorry, the merchant, that
Yeah.
have this new functionality available on your location, so we can use it. And on the other side also, merchant also wanted to use this because they they want money from whatever the source, however it takes,
Yeah.
they need money from the customer. So this is exactly the balance is. And I think I read somewhere like very interesting quote is like, the payments is nothing but like a pillow. Until you use it, you don't know what's the benefit of the pillow. So that is what exactly like you have to start using it. The payment gateways and so many different players in the industries are available today providing the same
Yeah.
services. Plus, the one of the main thing about is this is what we talk about is the payments and money and all that, but the most important is the security,
Yeah.
how your
I'm
process
glad you
is
brought that
secure.
up.
Yep.
Exactly.
True. Security, and as well as Ketul, in India, the problem is that how soon you'll get your money back, because
Yeah.
generally the lagging time is 3 days in India. I'm not sure about other countries, but when the money comes from country A to country B, that also takes maybe 5 to 7 working days.
Yep.
And then
Exactly.
a lot of transaction amount as well. There are a lot of transaction percentage which merchant or a customer have to bear over the payment as well.
Exactly, yeah. And especially like on this no show
Yeah.
charges or like a card not
Yeah.
present scenarios. Like, there are like a lot of that chargeback happens. And at the end, like, the who's losing money is the merchant. So
Right.
how, like this you don't know where that money, where that transaction initiated, right? Who is initiated? You don't know until you have that all sort of like, the the process, like 3D secure, or like your face recognitions or stuff like that, like, or your, like in old school days, like we had like that debit pin number that nobody
Yeah.
knows. So all this thing, like, which measures that, like, oh, this is a legit payment or
Yeah.
legit transaction, or this is like a fraud transaction. But I agree, like, they're like, it takes like 5 to 7 days sometimes to get the money to their account. So that is why, like, nowadays, like, we also have a different, like a host capture process. Like, it's very like a technical payment terms. So like, it's basically like, for example, like, let's say you run a small hotel, right? And you run the transact, meaning you charge the money from the customers, you check in for so many customers, and now all the money is sitting on your, the location. You run the
Yeah.
authorization, right?
Okay.
But now, until you settle that batch, you will not
Yeah.
get the money,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? So the people need to understand that part. Now we also have the new ways of like host capturing. Basically, like, if we take that transaction and every night we settle it, regardless of, like, uh, you're doing it or not at your end.
Okay.
So that way,
Okay.
like, your money flow is gonna be like circulating. You keep getting
Yeah.
it like every single day. Like, we settle the batches and you get the money. So there are a lot of new ways, like, it's gonna come up to
Yeah.
basically grow this industry.
And
No,
Ketu, what do you think about a lot of, still there are a lot of fraud transactions going around, and fraud means people who are doing those frauds. I mean, it's not like there's system-based fraud, but how you settle those fraud transactions?
So basically, like, let's say if you are initiating a transaction, right, as a consumer, and now I said, like, after processing the transaction, I feel like that, oh, I don't want to pay for this, and I call my credit card company that, hey, somebody order on my card, and this is like, block this transaction or whatever it is, right? Basically, there is always a, the situation, the case is like, how the merchant is processing that transaction is the most important thing. If, let's say, for example, all you care is like, okay, get the money through any e-com business in e-com platform, like, I don't care whether they put their fingerprints or like, the facial recognition, I don't care, as long as you take the card numbers and process the transaction, I'm worried and I get my money. So at that time, there is a more chances that the merchant is losing their case if this happened,
yeah.
because the merchant is not using those all those security measures to, to prevent that transaction. And that's why nowadays, like, there's so many, like, the Apple especially, like, they have like good smart facial recognition technique,
Yeah.
right, which is very expensive for the normal small and
Yeah.
like, mom and pop shop, like, to
Yeah.
have that. But now the Apple is also open that integration door, like anybody can access that facial recognition on the Apple system, and like, use that to take the payment. So there are a lot of ways to, secure your payments, and there are always like battle between like merchant and the consumer, and whoever win the case is like whoever measures all those security part, so this is what like we do also. There's like a lot of point to point encryptions, and
Yeah.
so many things come in play, like, to secure the transactions. And 3D secure is also like basically
Yeah.
connect with the uh, e-com industries. There is like, you see like a mutual authentication, like, they send you like some code on your cell phone and you accept that code or something like that. So there are so many ways to secure
Yeah.
that payment, that is you who's initiating the transaction.
Right. There's two fact, three fact authentications and all different kinds of things that can be very irritating at times, but it's all there to protect us. It's not there to harm us. But I agree with you on
Yep.
that. The how good do you think facial recognition really is?
It is like, especially like nowadays everyone is using, and like, for example, all the banks, like, if you log in through their mobile app, they also have facial recognitions, and Apple has it, and then a lot of other phones has it too. So it's a widely used now. Obviously there are always a loopholes there
Yeah.
in any system, but so far, like, compared to like, you put like 3-digit debit card pin number or like credit card signature, this is like more reliable than all those like
Yeah.
legacy old school technique, which is,
I
but
think I think it's very interesting. I've watched it grow over the years, and especially when the FBI was dabbling in it, and they would scan my face just to show how it would work, right? Oh, come over here, Kim. Get your face scanned, and I go, oh, it's going to pull up my sister. You watch, it's going to pull my sister up, and sure enough, Hillary Clinton would always pull up.
Wow. That, as I said, there are always a loophole.
We have a sister, my attorney, I would be with my team of people, right? We'd be touring around and everything. I'd be with my team of people. My attorney, Kim, you got to quit doing that to those guys. They really think Hillary's your sister. But seriously, I watched it grow over the years. I saw a lot of mistakes and flaws in it because I kind of know what it's doing. And it's improved some because now you do a 360, right? When you scan, you do 2 sets of 360s. But occasionally it confuses me with my real sister, not Hillary, but my other real sister. But
I still believe, Ketul, that the fingerprint is more comfortable and more secure than the face recognition. What do you think?
But like a lot of people are using different kind of lotions and so many things which affects the payment, and the whole point is how you don't want to, as a customer, right, you don't want to go through all that, putting that thing and then lifting. So the whole point is have more easy way, recognize me, and then process it, because I'm the one sitting as a payment I have money in my bank account, so just instead of relying on my plastic card,
basically.
Yeah.
I'm curious, because I am a engineer for well over 35 years and worked in telecom and cybersecurity for many years. I speak on the subject. And I'm curious to see if there's a good enough hacker out there that can create a holograms of people and cheat the system to use facial recognition in the future. I am curious to see if that will ever happen. I'm not trying to put it down. I'm just saying, be aware because some of the stuff coming out in the future is something to be leery of. So
yeah, and you're absolutely right. I was reading one article 2 days ago about how the 3D printers, is creating your, the facial recognition and use it on your behalf. So there are lot of things is gonna come in play. So I agree on that.
Here's what could happen. A hacker could get into the Apple facial recognition system, steal all the facial recognitions, right, and rebuild them into a hologram, scan them. I'm just telling you how hackers can work, and steal the money from everyone's account if they were an aggressive hacker. But they could do that. They could. So I'm not trying to put it down. I'm just saying that's the they're right now they're 2.8 billion open doors in the systems out there, right? So the reason is because of all of these and all the sensors, right? I don't have one anymore. I got rid of my watch. It scared me. But Siri's scary. I mean, I'm walking through the CES conference and I had Siri on and I started talking about Alexa because we're at CES, right? All of a sudden my watch starts vibrating like crazy. And I go, what's that? And Siri goes, hey, comparing Siri to Alexa, that's like comparing apples to not apples. And I go, wait, Siri, you're not supposed to have an attitude.
Yeah, and a lot of people are having issues with that listening devices. I'm not sure if you guys heard the news, but there was a hotel, Best Western Hotel in Los Angeles. They were using, the Alexa, right, to for in their hotel to order the room services and all those other part like check in, check out, light on. But then a lot of customers are complaining because they are not comfortable with having listening device in their room, and you don't know what it does. It suddenly it activates at certain point, and you don't know you didn't even say the word. So and then they remove all the devices from their hotel. So that was incident happened. There's always when you are go towards more extreme level of easiness, you have all those consequences. You open a door for a lot of other things to basically affect.
So, Ketul, Can we also see a voice bot? A voice bot where we can do the payments. Is it coming in the future?
Like right now, no. There is a one thing is like might coming soon is like the Visa is working on it to have a ring payment, like all your wedding ring have like some sort of, or if you don't have a ring, it's still like it's easy tap contactless things, like all you have to do is tap. So that is what I heard, but I haven't heard about the voice recognition thing, but it could be like why not, like as long as like
would like
anything is secure.
Nick would like the ring because he loved Padron, which was a ring, a smart ring, at CES a few years ago. They called them smart rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
control your computers and things like that.
In fact, smart ring is coming up in the form of a mouse as well, and you can do a lot of facial recognition and a lot of virtual thing as well using that device, and that could play as a gadget for you. So it just said it's easy to integrate payments just tapping with that because it has a chip. But it's just that we just need to see how it will be useful for the practical situation and how people will use it, because we have a smart watch and then we're talking about smart ring and then we have smartphones and then we have AirPods.
Smart earrings too. We got smart earrings.
But I think the most widely like that I see is like a future is the phone, because nobody lives without their phone.
Yeah.
So the phone will be the next point of sale or PMS. The device. Basically, you can do everything with the phone, and like right now, like I can turn on like even though I book the reservation online, right? And before I reach to my hotel, I can turn on my AC or whatever through my phone to my room. I know my room code and everything, so it's easily available nowadays. And then it's and especially like the trending is changing now, as I said on the beginning of this call, like the digitalize. If you heard about the company called Yoxi or something, they actually deliver the gas to your doorstep.
Oh.
So you don't need to even go to the gas station to fill up the gas in your car. They come to your door. So everything is online. They and like the retails are in bad shape nowadays. So everyone has to think like how do we make it more smarter.
So Carnival Cruise a few years ago created a medallion. It was the medallion, their medallion cruise lines, and when the guests registered to do the cruise, they would start collecting information about the guest, right? And then when you before you came, or maybe when you got there, they gave you a medallion to wear. You either wore it around your neck. It was beautiful, beautiful piece of jewelry, or as a watch. And everywhere, it tracked you everywhere on the ship. And knew exactly what you were doing. You could put money on the account and it would pay for things. When you're going away from the ship, it could, help track you as well. But what was really cool is like it knew what temperature you wanted your room. So when you left your room, it might adjust the temperature so it's not using up electricity. But as it noticed that you were coming back to your room, it would adjust the temperature. And as you get to the room, the door would open for you. It became your concierge. It was your digital concierge. So if you were standing in line waiting to do something, and maybe you were there too long and it was the evening time and it knew that you liked a particular kind of wine, a hostess would come up with that particular kind of wine for you. So they really had this down to a science, utilizing the technology. But it was payments too, which I thought was interesting, is that all the payments were in there, and it came as a beautiful piece of jewelry. I asked the simple question, why not this, right? Why not using that? And that would take too much collaboration with the different phones, right?
Exactly.
Or you develop an app for it, and you got to develop an app for everything. So this way they controlled everyone's movement. They knew where most people were. The only thing they didn't know is if somebody fell off the ship. That's the only thing they would know. I'm like, wait a minute. You can't determine when somebody falls off a ship. I got a problem with this one. But technology has gone that way, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And especially like now Royal Caribbean cruise lines, like, they come up with the phone app texting thing available on their app. And basically they also put the digital wallet in their app, so you can link your card and you can pay through it too. So you don't need to have like a Wi-Fi or anything available. Basically, tap your phone and it will work, and you don't need to even wear those like nice bracelets or the necklaces or anything,
It's
as
all
long as you carry your phone. So
it's all
yeah, exactly. So a lot of things gonna change soon.
Katul, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Is there a third party payment thing? The concept is I've got a game that I have in mind. So if I'm playing against you and we bet on the winner, so I put in $50, you put in $50. Is there a third party that can hold the money and
I
release
can
the
hold
money
it.
to the winner?
I can hold it.
yeah, yeah. People hold it too. Yeah, there's
No,
plenty of people who
is
hold it.
there a third party gateway that can hold the money?
Yeah, so it depends on like how you integrate your whatever that server is, or like a
Okay.
gaming app or anything,
Yep.
how you
Yep.
integrate with it. So like for example, uh, like let's say you design an app, which your app is integrated to one of the other gateway, which is a third party
Okay.
gateway. And then
Okay.
let's say we bet, right? So you put $50, I put $50. So basically what
Yep.
they do is like they authorize $100 and
Yep.
put it on their gateway
Okay.
until you settle. And the way like whoever wins, I wins or you wins,
Yep.
basically you have to build the entire process,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
basically they settle that transaction towards my account or your account, the way.
Okay.
So that is what the payment gateways like basically stands for, to hold the fund until
Yep.
you finalize or until you
Transaction.
confirm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Got
but
that.
there are like
Got that.
so
Well,
many
you
different meanings of the payment gateways do.
So the
Yeah.
So
blockchain,
Ketul,
that's how it started. Blockchain started as a means to do a transaction payment. So, but based on the transaction was completed and the payment came through, because that was a huge problem for a lot of people who were working. So the money would be sitting like in an escrow account, or like you
Yep.
say, a
Yep.
payment gateway, right? But it's almost like the escrow account. So the money's sitting there, and as soon as the handshake's done, the money transfers to where it's supposed to. It's brilliant. It just there's a lot of issues. There's too many of them out there, right? So that it's very very hard to.
Exactly, and that's where like the whole our point is, as one of the company who's leading the payments, like what our point is to educate the merchant or educate the consumer that what is good for your business, what is you know beneficiary, and
yeah.
how much like we can help. Like for example, one integration which enables like Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Alipay, WeChat, your cash tenders or your credit card payments or whatever, the way you name it, and the solution is available. That is what everyone's wanted to go for, and how to save money. So that is what the next trend is.
And
Right.
Ketul, if you talk about numbers, how much money CG Group will manage in one day?
So it's like on the US part is it's it's like almost like more than like 700-800 millions, but I don't know the numbers exactly during
Yeah.
this time. But
Yeah.
normally when the business is like, for example, there are like so many big merchants out there, like we call as a shark, and they
Yeah.
have like for example like a Wyndham or Marriott or Hyatt, like,
Yeah.
or like Applebee's and all that. They have like lots of transactions. Like Victoria's Secret has like almost like 2 to 3 million transactions a day, right?
Wow.
So nowadays it's like the business is going little slow down and they shut
Yeah.
down like some of the stores. But the whole point is like as a company, Shiji will hold like a lot of money or process a lot of money, in terms of not the hold, but like process a lot of money, a lot of transactions. And that is what like its numbers gonna keep increasing, because we have a lot of wide ranges of the product. Like for example, you have a big resort, right? So you also have a lodging where people
Yeah.
stay. You also have a restaurants where people eat. You also have a golf resorts where people play golf, or like a spa, saloons. Everything is in built in one resort. So we
Yeah.
have a new product line which is coming like end of this year, is going to be like a new uh, payment platform, which
Okay.
like the one device which connects everywhere and process all those different industries transaction. And that is mainly like it's gonna come up soon, with like a big customers in the market, and that way, like, that holds a lot of money, a lot of transactions floating around. So it depends, like, I don't know the exact numbers that to share, but it's increasing day by day, as I
Great.
said.
So what are the biggest problems that you're finding? And two questions: the biggest problems and challenges that you're finding in this industry, and then the other one is who's your biggest competitor right now?
Yeah, so meaning, in the industry, like, what we have, like, many competitors in the market. As I said, payment industry is very wide. There are a lot of players out there, and everyone has their own technology stack, right? Some have like very old legacy systems, some are like pretty new advanced system. All we compete is with the smartness of the technology, how your technology is smarter, not the legacy portion is gonna die eventually someday, right? You have to come up with the new standards. Like, for example, you can't use iPhone 5 now, but there is iPhone 11 in the market, and none
Right.
of the apps are compatible with iPhone 5. Same thing, you have to keep inventing yourself over and over again, and that is what we believe. We are basically, uh, stand strong with our technology. So I don't want to name any like competitors out there, but it's just like, you compete with your technology, I compete with my technology. Let's see what is the
Great.
best in the out, and and the outcome. And the customers, or we call the customers, but usually the merchants are very smart these days. They want smarter technology, and they don't want like too much hassle in their payment processing. Like, they're like so many couple, most of the times they're like multiple gateways involved. So like,
Yeah.
custom, like, the merchant even don't know, like, how many layers of your transactions go through until it
True.
settles to the bank. So our goal is to try to limit that portion and have like one standard process, that your money, that from your store, it's stands here right now, and then it's settle, and you don't need to have like any more new surprises in the middle. Because, as I said, like, uh, one of the company that I was talking to, I didn't even know, while the initial first talk, that they have like a three different gateways that transaction process
Okay.
through. And I'm like, then why you are paying, for this gateway for something, this gateway for some functionality, and then
Yeah.
this gateway for your normal processing, rather than have, consolidate and, like,
Yeah.
go with the smarter gateway, whoever has like everything capable, and then reduce your money. Because let's say like $100 transaction, you pay like, like 4 cents here, 4 cents here, 4 cents here. So by the time your money is like settled, you already lost like 12 or 13 cents out of
Yeah.
that whole hundred
Which
dollar.
is
So
which adds up. Each
yeah,
transaction and fee adds up. Can you can you share with us who is a legacy system? Hello, Sharif. Can you
Yes, fine.
share
Thank you.
a company that's considered a legacy system?
yeah. So like, for example, there is a Oracle, there is a lot of other,
Okay.
legacy system out there who has a very, uh, like a old system that has a lot of customer base in the market. Like, a lot of customers are using it, and it's pretty stable, pretty good. But like, now, when the world is changing towards a new payment structure, are they able to support that part? That's a big
Right.
question mark,
Are they smart? Right. Are
Yeah.
they
and they are struggling. They are trying to make sure that, their system also support all these things, and that's why they come up with a new API that has like, more capability in order to process the transaction. So that's why, like, the competitions out there, all you have to know, like, how your systems are more smarter, more quicker to, adopt in the world.
right? No, I think it's definitely the clean tech industry is the way it is driven in the last. Nick and I have watched it grow in the last 5 years. And like you said, there are legacy systems out there. They're not as smart, and because they're not as smart, they're not giving you more value proposition for what you're paying. And so I think that people need to take a look at that, as well as you've apparently invested a lot of money in the security, which Nick and I know are very, very important in the fintech industry. Um,
Yep.
No, this is great. And Nick Palaveda, you got to see him briefly before he went off for a second, and he's back to
Back.
probably.
Well, I saw Sharif, our newly minted PhD dude, show up from Malaysia. So I figured, well, I better show up.
Yeah.
Sharif is here.
Yes.
So this
Yes.
he can give you the old doctoral drill. But,
Okay.
and speaking about fintech, this is the complaint that we get from patients. You're going to hear this, but the fees are pretty large, especially with American Express, to process, the credit cards and stuff. Are you able to bring the fees down on these transactions?
Is that question asking towards me?
Well,
Yes.
let's see if there's any other fintech people here. Hank is not fintech. Willie
I thought
Hill's
like you were
not.
asking to the doctor, hey,
No,
can you reduce your credit card payment?
you're on the Hampton hot seat, buddy. So the question,
Yeah, so as I said, like, there is like a different players involved, right, in completing one transactions, and they all take out their shares from that transaction. So uh, obviously, like on the acquire side or the merchant service side, that I'm not able to answer that, like, that if they are able to reduce. But as a payment gateway provider or like a payment service provider, I always have like, help my customers in like have like very competitive price, to support all these like different payment methods, right? And our goal is to help the customers. Like, we don't care like about like, 5 cents or 10 cents down, per transaction. It doesn't really matter as long as like they are happy with us and they are doing that many transactions with us, the
right,
share comes. But
right,
there are like a lot of possibilities that like, acquire side, they charge like a high number.
mhm,
And the going towards like the way the trending is like, it's gonna go down to
sure,
support all this like, the customers. And as I said, like, from my side, definitely like, we can help, like as long as like everyone needs to survive. So the certain point is there
hmm
that we have a limit to go down. But obviously, like always, like negotiation always happens. I always happy to talk to them, happy to help them in terms of what, like, I think like, the whole point is like right now all the merchants and everyone is like, they need more education about the payments industry
of
instead of
course,
like, cutting down like 2 cents or 3 cents is not going to help. All they have
Yeah.
to know, because I'll give you the example. Like, there is the Applebee's in I guess in San Francisco. So
Yeah.
they had like a lot of fraud happen at after like 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. at night, because and like they are losing a lot of money, and they didn't know because they're like a lot of like uh, there's they call like fraudulent applications are not in place, so you can't really track the fraud until somebody raise a question or until you get the chargeback. So how
Yeah.
to educate that merchant that, hey, you get a lot of fraud happen between this time to this time,
sure,
right? And that is what they care about, because
right,
they
Yeah.
save a lot of money over there compared to like saving like 2 cents a transaction.
True.
So we build like a lot of system that track the fraud, track the refunds. The refund is a very critical transactions in any locations. Like, if anytime you initiate a refund, you have to make sure who initiate the refund, how is that valid, is that legit, is that like linked to any previous transactions, all that sort of, right? So the whole point is like how to educate the customer or the merchant. That is the most important thing right now that I see. And I personally, like, I don't really care if they come to me or come to other companies or come to different companies. As long as they know what
Yeah.
they are stepping into, that is most important thing.
right,
And that is what I do. Like, I educate my customers. I always have a like 1 hour call, 2 hours call, just to talk about payments, talk about like each transactions, and how the different payment methods like help to
hmm
grow your business. That is most important. Like, as I said, like, probably like nowadays, like next generation is not going to carry any cash, not going to carry any
right,
credit cards with them, maybe not going to carry anything else. Everything is on digital on their mobile app. So are your local mom and pop shop are uh, adopting that culture or not? Because you're losing a lot of business out there.
hmm
They're not going to come to you if you're not taking their payments through their mobile phone. So that is what the important, and how you're going to do that. That is what we're going to guide them.
All right. No, I agree with you that you have to
How
take.
easy to set up the payment gateway to CG?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, Ankit.
How easy to set up the payment gateway with you if we hire you? And what are the initial mode of I mean fees or commission? Do you charge any upfront fees or it's just a commission?
No, so it is like it's pretty easy process that we have. We establish. So basically, like let's say you are like a if you're like a merchant and you have a let's say you either you have a point of sale devices or PMS available, or if you
Yeah.
don't have, if you have available, we can integrate to your payment whatever the device you have, and then it's like process it smoothly. And we basically charge like the labor, the man work to
Yep.
establish that connection, and that's all. Other than that, we don't have any other extra fees except that like monthly, we have like different structures like monthly revenue, or monthly you can pay
Yeah.
for the services, or like per transaction, depends on how your
Okay.
business is. If you don't have that many transactions, then I think the monthly option is like more cheaper for you compared to if you have like let's say a million transactions a day, then probably like you have to think about like what is best suitable for you. So we have
True.
different flexible options available. And
Okay.
let's say the other point is like you don't have a devices. So we
Yeah.
basically partner. We have different partners in the industries, wide ranges. So also Shiji is also making like point of sale devices and PMS solutions available. So you can actually buy that, and that has a separate price, and then the
Okay.
payment. So basically we try to help them with whatever the solution is available, or whatever we can do to help them.
Mhm.
Great.
But different structures are there, different product lines are there. It depends. First we have to understand what their businesses look like, and how they are taking the payments, and what their goal is to going forward about the payments. That's we need to understand, and then we design everything for them. As long as like as I said, like money is important for the customers, for the merchants, for everyone. So we have to make sure that the consumers are not paying too much for that,
Yeah.
and the merchants are not losing too much for it. And that is exactly what we. So yeah, and feel free to reach out to Shiji, or if you know anybody, like if they need some guidance, we are always there to help.
And thank you for joining us today. And it was a lovely conversation. And we would like to host you again discussing about the payment, because a lot of questions and payment guidance are still pending to discuss, and we can't discuss in one show. So maybe we have to line up more shows with you. And it
Yeah,
would be payments with Ketul on CG. That could be a show name, and we can start working on that basically. And also,
definitely.
and also that it's a global platform, and we have viewers around the world watching us. And I get a lot of questions right now, but it's time to I mean start a new conversation. So maybe we can join again next time. And thank you for joining us today. And it was a lovely conversation.
Yeah, thank
And
you guys. Thank you
thank you.
everyone. And looking forward to talking to you, Ankit, later.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So how are you doing, Rana?
Yes, I'm fine. Actually, today I was very busy with my team here in Malaysia. So we have a lot of discussions and a lot of business related works. Basically, I'm a researcher and consultant. So many complex situations come. So we have to find out the solution, because now is a very good time for give solutions for different kind of companies. So that is the issues I'm trying to solve. That is the way. But how do I see that IBM TV actually everywhere? You have a very good views. Many people. I try to explore IBM TV in my business community, and it's a you are making a very good impact. I think your startup economics. I think chase many important things coming. So
Yeah.
it will be very effective
Yeah,
for.
we're adding more shows in niche areas, and we actually probably have room for about 100 shows just on this channel. So,
Yes.
but and Kim and Ankit goes, we'll add one or two a week, and even if
Okay.
we add one or two a week, by next year we'll have 100 more shows, and we'll have filled up our allotted shows. It takes that long, even adding 1 or 2 per week. But it's really to provide a diverse amount of shows into niche audiences, which you just can't get a lot of these shows in traditional television for a lot of different reasons. Now, the music shows, which we put on Sunday, are very popular, but part of it, I just noticed when we send out our invites to people to go on the shows, music is universal. In other words, the chess players will watch it, the yoga people will watch it, because we have people from different communities. In other words, the startup people watch it. Music is very universal, and so we don't have to say, well, I don't want to send this to the chess players, because the chess players aren't really that interested in startups. Okay, I know it will sound really bad if you're in the startup community or engineering community, but a lot of them, they just really don't care about business. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. And the startup people really don't care about chess. I mean, just the way it is. So we try to keep our programming into the communities, which it makes a difference. And the traditional media is not going to serve these communities anytime soon, because they serve ratings and something that Ankit shows on the boards all the time. So what is it? He shows this $100 bill, baby. I got to get
$100 bill, and Nick started.
There we go. Then I learned this. Okay. So,
it's an Indian tradition.
Yeah, there we go. The Indian tradition. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is that the networks spend a lot of money in their network facilities and their equipment and the broadcasting. And Nick and I chose to do a network that is web-based, more futuristic, more flexible.
But it has captions on it. Did you know that? I don't know if you guys know that, Kim, Ankit. There's captions that run below, because I listen to it on my cell phone. And I go, hey, there's captions when I turn off the sound. And because I'm multitasking, listen to 2 things.
You can do captions, yeah.
We have integrated the captions, actually.
The captions are really cool. I'm not so much about that COVID-19 bot, because it comes right in your face. I'm going, I don't want to hear that stuff. But there's a COVID-19 bot that goes right into your face. That's cool about. But the captions are really cool.
Hi, Katira.
Katira has joined us. So anyway,
Hi, how are you?
Work in progress and developing. Katira, where are you from?
Katira.
What city?
Katira. Yes, I'm from Rochester, New York.
Oh, you're American. Okay, good. All right, it's always good to see an American on, because every now and then we do get Americans join us. Tarifa's in Malay.
Is that good?
And Willie Hill is in Australia. Kim is an American. She won't admit it. But
okay.
And of course, I'm from the great Raleigh-Durham. And Jim Ead has joined us from the chess program. I don't think I've ever been on a program with Jim. Mr. Jim, it was a pleasure to watch your program the other day with Sasha.
Yes, I was very honored to be his guest, because it's a wonderful show. And I just tuned in when you were talking about startups and chess players and how the two don't mix.
Yeah, it's oil and vinegar.
Yes, and it's one of the things I think his show is touching people in a different way, because we were talking a lot about how music and chess overlap.
They do, right? Yeah, a lot of overlap. And was that the Steinsnet Zuckertort game in 1895?
It wasn't. It was not. It was Den Balderbein, which was in Hastings, 1895, which is generally considered the first great international tournament.
Okay, 1895.
Had everybody who was at it at the time.
Steinsnitz who was playing, or who were the 2 players?
Steinitz was white, and Von Balderbein was, and I'm probably mispronouncing his name, was black.
Okay. Right. Okay. Because that was a very famous game. I hope you guys do another famous game, because there are some of them that are just famous, and that happened to be one of them that I was going to say all the chess players know, but
really anywhere you grow up, you know that game.
Yeah. If you spend too much time in the chess community, which is a whole different
world. Well, we have had startups in the chess world too, including my Hypermodern Press.
Who was in this? Who was in the community?
I was Hypermodern Press, the publisher. And I published chess books for a while. But my goal was to become the first chess book publisher that went not live, but produced chess books on disk. Because this was the time. I'm dating myself, which I'm now getting a flashback to high school. But I'm dating myself by saying floppy disks were 5 1/4 inch, and then they went to 3 1/2. You remember that? Yes. And when they became 3
I
1/2,
remember when you were on punch cards, dude.
Yes, me too.
That's the reason I didn't get involved. For you young folks, you won't remember this.
No.
When I was in college, like no kidding, to do a computer program, you had to take the punch cards to the mainframe. They ran through it. I graduated, got my MBA, and they were bringing in these things. I said, "What is that?" They go, "That's a monitor." I said, "You don't have to use punch cards anymore?"
Right.
And I was out there, and I said, "I missed the computer age," so
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but it was horrible.
Yes, it was one of the last installations that I worked at. The first installation I worked on was one of the last that had a card reader and a card punch.
Okay.
But the point I was making was that I was going to produce books on disk, because once they get to 3 1/2 inch, they had enough storage space to include a chess book on disk. Now, this is a brilliant idea, if I do say so myself. The unfortunate thing was, before I went live with it, ChessBase came out, doing what I intended to do and much more. So I was beat to market, and I thought, okay, second to market would not be bad. And then NickBase came out right on top of ChessBase. And so now I said, there's no place for the third to market. So I abandoned that project. But there are a lot of people that are trying to launch business ideas in the chess world. And there hasn't been that much traction. So you don't see too many shining examples of startup successes in the chess world. But
except for Ellen Treffler and Peter Thiel.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Adam
they made their money not in chess, obviously.
Of course not. There's no money. Tara, what do you do in Rochester?
So I'm an editor. So I work with authors, helping them polish their manuscripts.
Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. You're the editor. So you actually.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's a book author and editor, but it's
yes. So I help them with that. I also have a podcast. So I feature authors, and they talk about their books, the genres that they write, how they got started with publishing, all those things. I'm also an author myself, so it ties in really well.
Okay. So you know
a podcast called Love Words, I think, or.
My business is Love for Words.
Love for
My
Words.
podcast is Editor Knows Best.
Editor Knows Best. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yes.
Yeah.
On Anchor FM.
But no, it's good to have you here, because we were talking about establishing part of our Wednesday to be a book.
That's why she's here.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Yeah, because it's sitting on our business plan. We even have a couple of book interviews in the can, they call it. And we interviewed the person, we put it in the can, we said we were going to do it on April 15th. April 15th came and went. COVID-19 came and set back a lot of the stuff.
Right.
But it's still a goal of ours, is to bring in authors and have them show their books and what they're working on IBMTV. In other words, have a book channel, basically.
We're also going to do something nobody else is doing, and maybe I shouldn't talk about this, but we're going to do book signings.
Oh, and book signings.
Yes. I remember you shared that.
One of the things that are important to book and authors and published authors is, signing the books, right?
Yep.
And
yes,
we're going to do that.
Yeah. You see behind me, you'll see a lot of books, right? No, you don't.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I have 40 to 60 boxes of books. They're sitting back there.
Wow.
And I told the movers, they go, well, what do you have to move? I said, we have some furniture, but I also have 60 boxes of books. Are you kidding me? I said, no, because I'm an attorney. My wife's an English major. That's a big mistake. Don't ever marry an English major. Okay, because they read. Okay, now for me, it's technical journals. Chess books. Okay, I love chess books and stuff. Okay, she reads all sorts of stuff. And go like, why would anyone do that? Come on, Jim. You just read chess books. That's all you need. Get out of life. But I did find out that people read other things.
The movers are probably going, hasn't he ever heard of Kindle? What is wrong with this guy?
My wife loves Kindle, but I can't stand it.
I can't either. I can't read Kindle.
I need that hardcore hardcore book in my hand. I'm sorry.
I do too. I have to have the real book.
These hardcore books I got to read
myself again, but it's
physical copy.
Yeah, physical copy. But the thing is, here's what I found out. And we don't work with that many, but I've worked with some of the authors. The real problem is distribution. Okay, in other words, okay, they have a book, and if you're not on the New York Times bestseller list, and we've had a couple that are on, like David K. Johnson's been on, and he's on the New York Times bestseller list. He's been on our show several times. But the thing is, to get their book out there, they need some venue to let people know that what they're working in. So that's part of the reason we want to do the book. A book show, so we can get the authors and what out there to the general public. As a matter of fact,
good sneeze.
I think tomorrow night my wife is at a book club meeting. They're doing virtual book club meetings now, if you can believe that. Like I said, she reads.
Yeah.
You know, I'm very limited in what I read. Technical journals, chess books, and you know, great novels. What's that? When does it come out a movie? Seriously, I ask. I say, when's that going to come out as a movie? You know, maybe then I'll watch it. Maybe, you know. So I'm really bad at it. But no, it's great to have you here, and we'd certainly like to, you know, promote and improve people reading all sorts of stuff besides technical journals and chess books.
I do have one thing to say about chess books, and this is for the love of books. This is for you. Because this book, Chess for Dummies, is the best-selling book by any living chess author. And I say, first off, it was the brand, the For Dummies series. The brand was very important. Then it was, as to Nick's point, the distribution muscle. Unbelievable that the
dummies work really well, especially in this country.
And
maybe
when
not Malaysia or Australia, but Chess for Dummies was really good.
When I walked into an airport and saw my book in the airport bookstore, that was the revelation.
That book? Jim, who wrote that book?
There's a guy named Eid.
Oh, Eid. Okay, never heard of him.
James Eid.
Okay, he wrote. James Eid wrote that. Do you know him, or is he your dad?
I hope he signed a book for me. I hope he signed a book for me.
Oh, I have one especially for you.
Okay.
Yes, and it's written in red and pink. And
does it say to the chess dummy?
No, it does not.
Hey, you know, the For Dummies thing just took off like a rocket.
Yes.
I mean, at first I was going, does anybody ever read something that says For Dummies? But they do. It's like, I even have one. I have filmmaking for dummies back there.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make films.
When I was in my publishing business, I look at the Microsoft Word manual and I would go, no way I can do this. Right. So Microsoft Word for Dummies changed my life because everything became simple. If I had a question, I could look it up and find the answer. Right. So I fell in love with the publishing story. Also, the great thing about them was they published an oversized book. They insulted their audience in the title, and they did everything broke every rule of publishing.
Of course they did.
And then it went into the Costco's and the deep discount
distribution.
And the bookstores had to come to them.
Hey! Listen, that is a great story. Sharif, who's a PhD, is thinking about writing PhDs for dummies.
Yeah.
Actually,
PhDs for dummies.
I tell you what, anything that says for dummies, I buy. I really do.
I have dogs for dummies. So it's unlimited.
Yeah, but, I buy anything that, because to me it's starting from ground zero, right? You're starting.
I am not kidding. I wasn't kidding, guys. I'm not sure who the author is, but you know,
I brought this up is to commend the editors because
people go, "Hey, you guys are professionals." Well, I read filmmaking for dummies.
Yeah.
You know what's really, Katira has she does editing.
Yes.
So she is, and for any of you who are going to be doing a book, I highly recommend getting somebody to edit for you because I didn't. I just published mine real fast, like Nick told me to do, because he told me this is what Nick said. Kim, use it as a business card. Nobody's ever going to read it. No,
people read it.
and so
I'm sorry.
I went on tour. I had my business card basically, right? Sign in and go, oh, good. Nobody's going to read this. But I put a disclaimer in my book that it was not edited, so forgive it, right? That's not how I would even ever write a white paper, but it was not edited. And kid you not, somebody read it and bought 100 of them. But the first thing out of his mouth was, next time, get a good editor.
That is why I brought this up. Piracy.
David K.
It makes a difference.
What really made this book successful was the editing. They would kick back words to me like I used the word score sheet, and they would say, "What do you mean score sheet? What's score sheet?" Every player understands what score sheet is.
Every
average reader doesn't. So they were invaluable.
You don't know what a score sheet is?
Exactly.
And there was countless examples of that. There were countless examples of a chess player just writing what a chess player would normally read, and the editor would kick it back to me and say, "We don't know what that means." And it was a revelation to me, and I
absolutely
praise my editors more than I can't do it well enough because they really
it's
readable.
Yeah, the editing is the difference though. If you're using jargon and no one knows what you're talking about, and then I mean there are a lot of authors who skip the editing. It's not part of publishing, but it's really important.
Yeah,
it's
grammar or punctuation or way that I always encourage people to get in there.
Definitely.
And important to get royalties. That's my favorite word. So, Jim, do you still get royalties?
I still wrote it in 1995, and I still get royalties. It's in its 4th edition, but
you still
every 6 months I get a royalty check.
Do you ever do updates? Chess for Dummies Volume 2?
It's in the 4th edition.
It's in the 4th edition. Oh my God. Okay.
Sorry, I can't do this. It's mirroring me. So, but yeah. And what the people ask me, well, why a new edition? Because the rules haven't changed.
Right.
Well, in the 1st edition, I didn't even mention Magnus Carlsen, who is the current world champion. And
so was he a world champion back then, though?
No, and I didn't hear of him in 1995, and he wasn't in the 1st edition of this book.
Right.
In the 4th edition, he's in the top 10 all time with a bullet, and so the chess world changes. It changes constantly. And what about the innovations, technological innovations from 1995 to 2020? It's amazing what's changed in the chess world. So yeah, the 1st edition is not current. And even though the rules haven't changed, chess has changed.
Right, exactly, right. Yeah, okay. Well, the thing is, I like the 1st edition. So
thank you.
Well, definitely,
I have one question. Basically, there are many chess champions. I was very bad in chess actually. That's why in my student life, in a co-curriculum activities, I engage with debating because I lose too much of chess competitions and in my schools. So I am afraid of these things. So when I saw, oh my, this guy is a chess champion, I have very interest about this IBMTV as well. When I saw, okay, you have a very good methods and these things. Actually, I just want to know in the real world, those who are the chess players and like those who involved with the technology and this kind of thing, is there any relations or critical thinking? It's help actually in a real world?
No. Let me tell you, Sharif, you do not need to think when you play chess. Okay, the best chess players in the world don't think. I even tell them, don't think. What you have to do is know the best move. Don't think about it. Just know what it is. And the more you think, the worse off you're going to be. So thinking it's counterintuitive. It's what it is.
It's about strategy. And I will share with you one of the greatest things I learned in my journey with Nick and Money Masters, the TV show where we interview the world's most successful people, the millionaires and billionaires. The one thing that they all had in common is they all played chess.
At different levels. Magnus Carlsen is
you're
much
not
better than Bill Gates is not good,
but
Peter Thiel and Alan Truffle are extremely talented players. So it depends on what level they play it, because you all get this 4-digit ELO rating, or USCF, or whatever federation you're from. Malaysia has their own federation, and you're scored on a 4-digit, which is basically a formula. It used to be 16 points plus or minus 4% of the difference in your rating and their rating, and it can go up or down. Okay, I mean, it's kind of a very interesting scoring system, but it's also, unless somebody gets into it and plays serious and plays a lot of tournament, and go to a lot of tournaments, they really don't understand it. It's a game and it's a cult at the same time. It's just like
it's a cult. It's crazy.
Okay,
The people are wonderful. They have good habits. They all shake hands. Not anymore.
Well,
to shake hands before they played. Oh no, or you could do namaste, or but there's many. But one of my favorite things to see was a little bitty one who could barely crawl, was getting involved with all the children that played, right? And all the children, and this little one who could crawl was like, wait a minute. Every time they shook hands, they got to play these, they got to move these things. This little kid crawls over, puts his hands out, grabs one of them, just grabs it, shakes it, and goes, okay, I get to do this.
That's right. Well, chess teaches you many things. And Nick was exaggerating just a bit to make his point. Chess is often referred to as a game of pattern recognition. And so, like in mathematics, like in music, if you can recognize patterns, sometimes you're born with this capability. We have prodigies, child prodigies in all those fields, because they can recognize the patterns. And other people do not have that pattern recognition. So it doesn't mean they're intelligent or not intelligent. It has very little to do with it. It's the pattern recognition that separates you.
And then there's also really 3 phases. There's the first phase, which is the opening, which is just pure memorization of all these crazy moves, okay? And there's a lot of crazy moves to memorize. They call that the opening. Second part is what Jim's describing, pattern recognition. Be able to recognize patterns and to do critical analysis and actually do a lot of visualization, because you've got to be able to look at the board and see what the board will look like 10 moves later in various different directions. Then there's the third part. They call it the end game. It's just pure calculation. You calculate, this goes this way, this goes that way, this goes this way, that goes that way. They call them plies, half plies, and how deep can you go into ply, and then at the visualization come to the end. Once you go through all those 3 phases and you're good at all 3, then you become a master or a grandmaster. The real problem is you see a lot of players, at least I have in the past, I don't know about you, Jim, that a lot of them they're good at memorization. They take the books and they'd memorize and memorize and memorize, but then they'd get to the second part, the strategic, pattern recognition, they'd all fall apart. Then someone would be actually good at that part. And so as a master, you just have to be patient, wait till they fall into the end game. And then the end game, they're weak because they haven't gone through all the data crunching. So eventually you end up winning because you can stretch them out. So it depends on who you're playing. Some of your opponents are lazy, they won't memorize the openings, and they won't do the hard work, and so you beat them at the opening. Some of them that they'd be good at the opening because they do all that hard work, but they have no capability for strategic recognition, and you beat them there. And if you can't beat them there, you got the end game, and you out-calculate them, and all of them are good at calculations, all of them. And that's where it usually separates the the masters from the rest of the crowd, and you end up winning the game. But today, a lot of the training I did was I pulled the books out, I read. By the time I was in high school, I was number 10 in the country, and I did it all by myself. I had no coaches.
You're all autodidacts.
I was all on my own back then. But
I found many people were very good self-learners.
Oh yeah, there was a lot. Back then you didn't have.
I actually started reading books about chess players.
Back then you didn't have a choice. It's either self-learn or forget it. But today they have chess coaches, you have computer programs, you have videos, you have training programs. But even today, there are more billionaires in the world than there are chess grandmasters.
So I do want to ask Katira, so do you have a book that you've published? You want to share with us about your book?
Well, I just published my book of poems. I read a poem last time, Dear August, Love August. So it's a book about different experiences I've had, observations that I made, things I've gone through. It talks about, heartbreak and overcoming some challenges, different things that I've witnessed in our world. things like that. I also published, my first book was Professionalism, What's That? And that covers like conflict management, resumes, how to dress for success, interviewing, all the important things we need to know that they don't necessarily teach us in school. So I mostly do nonfiction writing. So those are the...
They don't teach anything in school, do they? They don't teach these important skill sets. I'm sorry to butt in, but
they don't teach us in school.
No. They don't teach how to interview, how to dress for an interview, none of that. I had to coach a young lady how to do that so she could go get a job. She came to live with us for a while. She was kind of homeless. And I wanted to help her get started. And she walked out the door in torn jeans and a cropped off shirt that, I marched back into my closet, get a suit. Interview. And oddly enough, she got all 3 jobs she interviewed for. What is that?
What they teach you at Harvard Business School. But I have another one.
Should that say what they don't teach you?
There we go. What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. There
you go.
Okay.
I saw that coming.
The real problem is you can write a whole book on what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School.
But what are the things they don't?
This guy who did it went to Harvard Business School. He went to Harvard Law School. He's dead now. Went to Harvard Business School, Harvard Law School. And then what he did is he created a company known as the IMF Group, worth about $500 million. Okay, so pretty good guy. But the what happened was an author got tired of that book being a bestseller, so they got an author wrote what they teach you at Harvard Business School. So it's not like it's all bad, but the fact is they don't teach you everything out there. Okay, I can grab
one of the things I learned when I worked in high corporate level position, and we would interview people for sales, right? So I didn't know this in the beginning, but one of the things they look for in a salesperson is something that we don't teach here. But they look at people who spend money and then are overhead in their debt, so that they're more aggressive in sales, right? People with expensive habits like golfing, cars, expensive lifestyles, and that's who they would go for and hire in sales, because those are the people who are incentivized to make bigger commissions. But what we teach in order to survive is not to throw away your money, right? To balance it and to save it. And that's why Lynn is here, who's also one of our big sponsors on Money Master.
From the dollar store, it's how to save money during the coronavirus so that you have money to spend. So Lynn, tell us what's going on with the dollar store. What do you got?
Actually, nothing new since we put the new patches on. And by the way, Kimberly, the patch worked last night or yesterday, and my arm feels much better today. No pain. But we have CBD patches. We have CBD with lidocaine patches. Go on the store. Oops.
I was trying to do is to do this, Lynn, and then I threw you off the air.
Yeah, there's a segue. I like that one. So anyway, we're here because we support the mission of Money Masters. We love people who are into financial education for young people. But frankly, I've seen a lot of old people who need financial education. So it really is for everyone. It's not taught in school or not in many places. I didn't have any kind of financial education myself until I was in graduate school, quite honestly. And but anyway, so we save people money. It's really fantastic because we can talk about this all the time, and many people haven't heard it or have, either way. But we have one product. Look at the Millionaire Mind. There you go.
The Millionaire Mind says save money.
Save money, right? So Nick, you and I and the other gentleman don't worry about the wrinkles on our face, but the two ladies do. And we have one wrinkle product that sells on Amazon for $67. We have the identical product for $5. So from a financial management standpoint and financial education standpoint, why wouldn't you want to shop someplace where it's cheaper, it's delivered to your home, you don't have delivery costs, because with Amazon, you actually have to pay extra to be able to get things delivered to your house. Here with us, you order over $25 and you don't have things delivered. And we apologize that we can't, Sheriff, have stuff delivered in Malaysia, but maybe that will change. And Katera, I'm not sure where you live, but if it's here in the States, we deliver to all over the States. So please go to the dollar store, save money, have it delivered to your home, become a customer, get a $5 discount, even before you do any shopping. And then every time you shop, you get more discounts. I mean, what can be better than that? We even have toilet paper on our site. We've had it there for quite a while. A lot of stores don't have any kind of paper goods. So go shop. And I don't know, Katira, whether you or Jim or Sharif are into it, but we have Minion napkins. I mean, think of that. Minion
bracelet. I just learned you have a bracelet, a Minion bracelet.
That's new. I haven't seen that one before.
And Minion markers and yeah.
Oh no, I can't stand it. Anyway.
Your son, look at this. Minion puzzles, Minion slap bracelets. There you go.
You know, the people at corporate must have been listening to our conversations, because clearly they recognize that IBMTV is going to promote all things Minion. And so, so there you go. But look, we have great values. We deliver
got toilet paper.
Right. We deliver to your door. Just don't move to my community, because my community doesn't deliver. So I have to go to the post office, but that's okay. The good news is, and I'm not sure there's a correlation, but we have no coronavirus in our community. So maybe there's a correlation. Go to the post office. Don't get coronavirus. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, save the post office. So look, we have all these great products. Just simply go shop. Over 4,000 items. We may be soon out of little yummies or snackies, because I think Nick has ordered all of them, because I know he's into snacks. But you know, we put in a big order for Minion napkins, because we know that Kim likes Minion napkins. So anyway, really
and
good.
There's the makeup mask, the collagen mask. You know, it's only $2 here. It's $20 at the makeup counter where I shop. So I'm definitely, you know, I don't have to go anywhere when I shop here. Say that you've got a friend that's just had a baby and we're really not supposed to be get-togethering during this time. They have lovely, lovely baby supplies that are name brand that you can shop from and send, you know, because shipping, right, is free, and you can ship it to them wherever they're at, and then they get a nice little gift from you during this time frame. So
very nice.
But yeah, so it's definitely a way to shop, save money. Like we promote at Money Masters is, you know, we want to help people save money. And what do you do when you save money? You turn around and invest it, because there is a difference between saving and investing, which we will have a talk about on our next economic day, because, you know, we need to start thinking about investing, recycling, and getting that money back into the cycle, and getting everybody back up where we need to be again. But, you know, again, you save gas, you save time, which is money. And mine and Nick's world, it's money. I don't know about anybody else's, but time is definitely money. And you save yourself from having to go out and potentially be infected, right?
And you're supporting the mission of Money Masters, which is what we like and what we're supporting. So please shop at the store and support Money Masters.
And
Yep.
I like
That's
to tell
simple.
people it's as easy as if you go to, I'll show you. You go
Yeah,
to
you just go to our website
IBM.TV
and press the button. It goes right
and
to
hit the big green
right to the dollar
button.
store.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
So
go
and
to the big green button on IBM TV. It's that simple. And here I'll pull it up for you real quick just so that you can see how simple it is.
On my cell phone, it shows right up. Boom, dollars.
Yeah,
It's like I can't miss that one.
in the world, this is what I tell people. It's not that hard, folks. Just
There it is. Yeah, you should
there
shop
it is,
the dollar
right?
store. And it's very simple. I did it myself. You press the button, it goes right to the dollar store. You sign up and you buy your stuff online. So it works. Okay, Lynn, it actually works. And I love it when technology works. I'm never sure.
I know it works, but if you're colorblind like my father was, then just simply look for the round button that has the name "Shop at the Dollar Store," and you don't have to worry about whether it's green or not.
Right.
So,
but I do want to say this is the Shepherd Family Dollar Store, the Shepherd Family Online Dollar Store. It is the Shepherd family who owns this, who had decided to donate to us. So there are different dollar stores out there, but this is the Shepherd Family Dollar Store with a big interest in investing in other people's future. So we thank the Shepherd family for caring enough to invest in financial literacy and our programming.
And that's part of our mission is financial literacy and financial fitness, because Katera was talking about what isn't taught in schools here in the United States. I can tell you, it's financial fitness, and something that is necessary that everybody needs to learn about. And we just don't give our children a good education in financial fitness. The reason I like this book, it was written by Professor Stanley, who passed away. I'm showing all the authors are dead. It's like artists. Okay, you're a good author. Oh, Jim,
you're dead.
Take your time, Jim. You're a good author. Okay. wait. So if you're a good author, you're dead. You're like an artist. Okay. So he wrote the book, The Millionaire Next Door and The Millionaire Mind. If you go through this book, he'll talk about cheap. Millionaires clip coupons, believe it or not, and they save money everywhere they go. And people's thoughts of millionaires are the Kardashians. They are not your typical millionaires. Matter of fact, it's a good question. The Kardashians are broke. I don't know if you know that. They're looking at the bankruptcy court. Yep. Because they way overspend their income. They're just crazy. Okay. But if you go through, there's a whole history of people that made a lot of money, especially celebrities and what do you call it? Athletes. There's an athlete called Evander Holyfield. You may have heard of him. World champion. Made 500 million and is today broke. I mean, it's really sad because he never read this book. This should be the required reading, The Millionaire Mind. Shaquille O'Neal read this book, and he's going to keep his money. But it's so important to see the difference, because it's the financial education they get, not the money that they get. It's the money that they kept. And there's nothing. I mean, there's no education at all through our traditional systems relating to that. So we do appreciate the dollar store and what they do. And I can tell you, yes, the millionaires, just go look at it. They clip coupons every time they get a chance to save money. They do so.
That's how they become and stay millionaires. They don't spend their money.
Well, they're cheap. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast.
Millionaires don't spend money.
Yes. One thing I just want to say, like in Asia, the last 10 years, I do involve with many universities, school and college as a academicians. But this is the things, only I think in my 10 years of my career, only 30 minutes I get a sessions from someone from the China community. They are trying to teach students how to utilize their money. So this is very interesting. I think there's a billions of people around the world. They do not know how to utilize their money, what they do, how to invest. This is actually, I think it can be game changer and very important for Asia. It's my understanding.
Okay, this is a great book. Also, we almost had this author on, Ken, but we weren't able to get the scheduling. We do want to get him on. His name's Phil Town. He wrote this book called The Number One Rule of Investing. You know what the number one rule in investing is? Don't lose money. Okay, he goes through a whole argument why you should not lose money. Don't
I don't
lose
know
money.
if you're a friend of Phil's, but I've been watching him on LinkedIn lately, and he's been doing a podcast about investing in startups. Really? And he's got a startup program going. And I'm like, whoa, Phil, don't go there.
The guy's real sharp. I would like to have him on because he's a real sharp investor.
Aren't you a friend with him? Or aren't you linked?
Yeah, he's linked in with me, but I just haven't got him on yet because we haven't really, because coronavirus, we really haven't pushed the financial shows yet. But we got to bring that back because
he started a startup show, so maybe that's never time.
Okay,
yeah, because startup podcast. Yep.
Yeah, because the thing is the financial fitness. We try to change the conversation from financial literacy to financial fitness is something that's important for everybody. And it doesn't matter how wealthy you are. You could be a Vander Holyfield. It makes a big difference. Matter of fact, what I've seen, the more money you have, the more you better be financially fit because it's so easy to lose.
We still use the word literacy, but what we found is it scares people away. Ooh, you were expecting me to learn something. Ooh, I got to study. Just like what we were talking about today, it takes 5 more years to get your PhD. Well, people don't want to study. They don't want to learn. But
don't tell Sharif that.
Right. It's different. Everybody always dreams about becoming more fit. Everybody tries it. Everybody goes to a gym every once in a while or
that's true.
goes on a diet. So financial fitness, we discovered, was a word that people
and anybody can use. Right. In other words,
everybody just accepted it. They were just like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. So this is actually really interesting because when I do some research about you and your IBMTV, this is actually I think it's a game changer. Even this is actually the hidden truth that nobody trying to touch this point, that how actually we can utilize our money when we earn money, how we should invest it or how we should utilize it. And I'm very honest, I never find I have a connection of hundreds of universities and schools in Asia. But this is very interesting. This is actually really, even I love to learn. And even in future, we can do any conference, if we even in online schools, we can connect more students. Even I do not know do you have any target like from this age to this age you want to train or any other things?
Yeah, well, we actually have whole programs on them. As a matter of fact, there are programs that you can learn a lot about financial planning. One is the Certified Financial Planners Program. But here's the problem with that. It is not a traditionally education-based program, usually available only to colleges and universities. And then they license their CFP program through that. But the CFP program, again, again, it's more theory than it is actual practice. So I like to also bring the people that practice in the area. And there's nothing like, for trading stocks, like what Phil Town does, or investing in the market. I can talk to you all about the market until you're blue in the face. Okay, we're going to be wasting your time. It's like if Jim knows, you can read all the chess books, but until you play a tournament, you really don't know how to play chess. You can read all the books you want. Okay, play in a tournament. In investing, you can read all the investing books you want. You can read all the you go to a financial plan course until you take your hard-earned dollars and put it in the marketplace. You really don't know investing. Now, but what we can do, Sharif, is show them where to go to put their money, hard-earned money, in the marketplace, because there's programs like on TD Ameritrade. I think that's where I trade at. Every now and then I trade on TD Ameritrade. You can actually go in and show them, put your money in the market, look at the stocks, buy the stock, and then watch what happens. But there's more sophisticated tools out there, such as you can put stop loss orders on it. So if the market goes down too far, you go, I'm out. Okay. And you can also have sell orders up at the top. And there's only one way I think you can really learn is you got to get these people actively involved in the stock market. It's the same with real estate. Real estate, though, is a much more expensive game to play. The stock market, anybody can play the game. They can go see Lynn, save their dollars, and invest in the market. It's just like when you go buy these things, rather than buy a smartphone, you should invest in the company that sold you the smartphone. But you need to save the money to be able to do it. And yeah, we should do a whole program on it and then show people, basically hold their hands through the process and bring in experts in the area.
what I do want to recommend to people is don't go to those famous people classes that they're traveling everywhere because they're nothing but upsells. And I went just to see what.
I know. Yeah,
Nick
upsells.
told me what was going to happen.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted to do research on the project itself, and I also wanted to see, because the economy was kind of slowing down, if people were actually investing in it, what value were they investing? But you go to them and it's nothing but a sales pitch, even though they oh, we're going to teach you. And then you go to the second one, you go ahead and go, you know what, I'll go ahead and pay to go to the next one. And it's a 2-day class, and you sit in there and all they do is pitch to you to go to their next level. So, I actually saw some guy get up and threaten to beat the crap out of the people.
Oh boy!
My money back because I didn't pay to go to another class.
Okay, but here, look, I did that for I did that for 10 years, so I know the game. I call it the game. It's like a chess game, okay, or a poker game, okay, poker game. All the guys that are doing the seminars are the pros. You are the mark who just walked in. You just don't know it. You're the seminar attendee. I'm sorry, okay. And the thing is, honestly, I made what, $1.5 million, $1.7 million a year doing that stuff around the country. You can make a lot of money being a good presenter live doing that stuff. But here's the real problem from the person in the room. They don't know that they're the mark in the room. They seriously have no clue the game and the upsells and stuff. Now, what can be done? Through the internet, you can actually scale and show them how to do it and get rid of all the profit margins that exist in that game and show them, okay, this is basically what you do to avoid all the commissions, fees, etc., and get your money working for yourself. So there are ways to do that. So. Oh, I guess we're going to lose.
I mean, and you know, the other thing that a lot of people don't understand is everybody's always into the buy low, sell high, but actually a lot of the millionaires and billionaires who play the bull market know how to buy high and sell low and make up money off of that. I learned about the trampoline ceiling, right? There's a trampoline ceiling.
You know, it's funny, as much as they teach you about that, most of the individual investors, there's a couple interesting things about them. Dalibor study, most individual investors will do worse than the S&P 500. They will not be successful. And what Warren Buffett said, which is true, he goes this: put your money in an S&P index fund from Vanguard or Fidelity with the lowest fees and forget about it. Okay, it's simple advice. And the sad part is he might be right. And the real reason why is all the hey, we can trade better than you, we can time. I've heard all those gimmicks. I've been doing this for 37 years, working with financial advisors all across the country. They all come up with these great gimmicks so you give them their money and they collect an asset under management fee. That's what's really going on. Okay. Fact, if you're brave enough, you go into the S&P 500 index fund, put your money in it, not all of it. You have to allocate some to safety and some reserves, and forget about it. And you will beat, and this is what Warren Buffett said, you're going to beat 90% of the money managers and probably 100% after 5 years. And he bet $5 million on it.
What would
in other words,
is to get a group of us to put together. Friends of mine used to do this thing called penny stocks, right? And they would get together once a week, like you would, playing cribbage with each other, because that's what they used to do. And then they changed it, and then they each put so much money in, and then they would go out and scan the stock markets and pick the stocks. It'd be kind of fun to do a show on that, right? Where we're a group of friends as if we're playing cards, and instead we're each putting in so much money.
The real problem you have when you do that, let's say online or with a group of people, you have two problems: FINRA and the Securities and Exchange Commission that highly regulate investing. So you have to be very careful. We can talk about it from an educational standpoint. Matter of fact, many of the people from the SEC that are FINRA license or securities license, I asked to be on the show. They get scared to death because if they say something and it could violate FINRA or the SEC. They're heavily regulate what they can say, and they have to be very careful. You can, through an educational standpoint, discuss the concepts and things that people should be doing, or books they should actually read. And unfortunately, even you can read it, like I said, it's like chess. You can read all the chess books you want. Okay, seriously. And you can say, I memorized all the openings, I went over all the games. You got to sit and play in the bloody tournament, or you really don't know how the game's played. You've got to sit and do the investing, or you really don't know how that game's played. And one, platform like TD Ameritrade, you could get on that tomorrow, put the money in, and the sky's the limit where you can go on that one, down and up. unfortunately. It's just like chess. You can win chess, you can win, you're going to win and you're going to lose. The market's the same way. You're going to win and you're going to lose. The difference is the odds are in your favor. You're going to, over the long period, win, unlike Vegas, where you're going over the long period lose.
Well, even a short period, you're going to lose. But as in the win world, if we shop at the dollar store, we win because we are not just saving.
You win immediately. Okay, so here's the difference on the dollar store. You win immediately because what you did is, if you're going to spend X for a product and you spend Y, you won that differential immediately. Okay, now if you had to invest to make that, once you do investing, you realize how tough it is. It's easier to save it. One real estate investor I had, this is when I first started law practice, guy came in the door, he's 41 years old, worth $16 million. And I said, dude, and he had $1 million income tax liability. That's the reason tax attorneys can make money. This guy had $1 million income tax liability, wasn't a millionaire. That was his tax liability. His net worth was over 16 million. He's 41 years old. I said, dude, what do you do? I don't use the word dude because I have to be professional in my other thing. But anyway, that's what I'm thinking. Dude, what do you do? Because I invest in real estate. And I said, well, how do you do it? How are you so successful? I said, just remember the number one rule in real estate. You make your money when you buy the property, not when you sell it. Mm-hmm. And I never forgot that. And I never forgot on my last acquisition because I'm going, he's right. You make all your money on the buy. You don't make it on the sale. And he could teach a good real estate course because he's been there, done it very successfully. And those are the people I want as my mentors in real estate. I don't want some guy that's on television showing me how to do a real estate transaction or flipping a house and for money. You want the real pros that can actually show you how to do it, and it's hard work. No matter what you do. But yeah, the financial shows we're gonna have to push back up again. And we're past the airplane time.
Right, we're past the airplane time, but first we have to have our ambassador.
Ambassador and airplane.
Oh, and before we go, I just want everyone to know that we are talking about dollar store going to India. So that talk is happening.
We are.
Dollar store.
So
that's a big one.
Ankit, let's get our
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Thank you. All right, let's get the plane and take off. We'll see you guys.
Thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. And it was a good session on Startup Wednesday. As always, Startup don't show, but we are committed to show on Wednesday. Yeah, we show up. And tomorrow is podcast of Thursday, and we have a great lineup. So tune in on IBM TV and stay at home and stay blessed. Take care. And it's to rock and roll.
God bless.